All right, what's up?
Hello, hello.
Oh, why do you sound so quiet?
Yeah, turn your mic up, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'm not sure what's causing that. I noticed it. I mean, like I'm maxed out on.
Check your Discord settings, because mine flipped to my PlayStation controller. It was messed up earlier for some reason.
It might be off of something else that's farther away from you, so you might want to check what mic it's picking up.
Yeah, mine's messed up too.
I mean,
Discord.
I don't know. It says the right mic. Let me try this. Hello?
Nope.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Whoa. Oh, like it's.
You probably shouldn't have keep talking, Fred. See if it's better.
My mic is super hot now. At least. Whoa, let me turn that down for OBS. Really loud?
Yep.
Yeah.
You sound like you're in a
Yeah,
bathroom.
now it's going the other way.
It's louder than it was before, but it still seems like you're a little far away from the mic when you're talking.
Yeah, it sounds like you're still like a feet away from the mic. You just turn the volume all the way up so the quality isn't that good. Because it sounds like.
Okay.
Yeah, like not.
Microphone.
Let's see. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. It's. Why do I keep showing that? Oh, you know what?
Give him a sec. He'll be in, hopefully. Also, I stream here.
Check 1 2.
Are you using your microphone or your?
I'm using my headset. I'm looking at the set. It's like showing. It keeps flipping.
Now you sound.
Should reset this.
Hey, you can talk again.
1 2. There we go.
That sounds better.
It's actually sounding better. I was like, wait a second, I can hear you mumbling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I had to reset my this driver I'm using, so I don't know if something was wrong with that. But it now sounds a lot better on my end too. Hello.
Yep.
Hello. Yes. Okay. There we go. All right. Okay.
Yay!
Woohoo. All right. It looks like it's about to storm heavy over here, guys. I don't know about where you're at, but
Oh no! Don't say that.
you know, knock on wood. So if my shit goes out, then it is what it is. Let's see.
Oh, I just realized I forgot
I
my
guess
wine.
we will deal with that as it comes, I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah, I had some a pretty decent storm yesterday over here.
It's had a couple, well, at least where I've been, a little on and off, but I'm gearing up for that big one before things. Well, yeah.
Cool down.
Yeah, hope. Yeah, I feel like I want to say that, but if I do, I'm worried of what happens afterwards. I don't know. It's been weird.
True. All right. But hey, yeah, we're live. We're doing good. What's up, everybody?
Yeah.
It's DragonCon season. Everybody who's at DragonCon, hope you're having a good time.
I got a couple friends that went. They gave me some photos. It looks like it's been a good time so far. So.
Yeah, I'm seeing photos pop up on my social media feed, so it looks like another decent year.
Oh my god, I forgot it was DragonCon season.
To be honest, I don't see how. I have some acquaintances and friends and stuff who've been going like every year since like college and stuff. They're like deep into the Dragon Con thing. My social battery is just not that strong.
What do you do
I
at
mean,
Dragon Con?
for me, it's
Is it-
good. I've gone once or twice this year. I tried to save on some other things, so couldn't find the time to go.
What you do at Dragon Con, Shane, is you dress
What
up
can't you
as
do?
your favorite, eclectic anime, fantasy, sci-fi, whatever character, whatever nerd character, and you go down to the heart of Atlanta, where there is several hotels with different panels and convention stuff, and you walk around, show off your costume, take pictures with other people. Now, depending upon your age category, if you are like maybe in your early 20s, maybe you get a hotel room, maybe a bar hop, maybe you party until 3 a.m. in the morning. You hit
I
the
love
dance
how
Some of
it's
the
age
best raves, man.
categorized.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it is for a reason.
I'm
Stand
feeling
by youth. Stand by youth.
Yeah, you don't shower for 3 days. You sleep on a floor with 7 other people in a hotel room. You know.
Ew.
Never did that.
Yeah, that sounds like the first time I went to
Say-
Gen Con.
There is a lot of stuff though. A lot of panels. A lot of there's always the artist alley, which usually has a lot of cool stuff. If you have a little bit of extra income to buy, if you want to buy something, events. It's a fun.
I've never,
I mean,
I've never been, but I heard it's huge. Like
It
it's
is.
only gotten
Stupid
bigger.
big.
it's
Eight-
between like
was it
3.
Was it? I know it's on like there was like 80,000 people were there like just on Thursday night.
Yeah,
Mm.
no, it is tens of thousands of people. It's 3 of some of the largest buildings in Atlanta.
But didn't they
the
finally make
hotels
the
are
Sheraton the
hotels
fourth?
are filled out months in advance.
I
Well,
think
sure.
there are 4 main hotels, aren't there?
Well, it was the Hilton, the Hyatt, and the Waverly before.
Well, the
I
Marriott
don't-
too. Don't forget the Marriott's always been a big one.
Mhm.
This is
But
why
I think
keep
they
telling
finally like
people,
made the Sheraton a host hotel, so they've got 4.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
If they do anything anime related, they would make a shit ton of money in Atlanta.
Bro, that's
Yeah.
like a third of that convention is like anime related.
Yeah, like
Well,
it
they
is.
always do AWA too at Cobb Galleria.
Yeah, there's Awa.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Yep.
No, I mean like if somebody opened like a maid cafe or something here. Like
Oh yes,
people
we
would
talked
go-
about this. Asian
Do
Land.
it.
I think they
Yeah,
probably.
people people would go crazy.
While that does make sense and there is a market, it's also a little bit. The problem is there is a bit of a cultural difference. I'm not sure. Well, also you have to find the space because good luck finding
They
that in
bought out
Atlanta.
that. Have you guys been on Pleasant Hill? They bought out that thing and made like a Japan. Not Daiso. What is it called?
ramen
There's
shop.
that new. Japanese,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Where it's got like
and it's freaking
the claw
huge.
machines.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they did like a whole
Yeah.
thing of claw machines, and that thing. My sisters and I thought that like it would be open, like, and after the first month the hype would be done, because we went and stood in line for like 2 hours to get to the store, and then it's still busy like every day. Like people just go throw their money at that store because it has Asian stuff in there.
Cool. Awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
a smart move on them.
Good job, folks. We need I don't know, all different lands for all different ethnicities in the United States. Just every single one.
And that
Inuit
part of Atlanta,
Land.
that's for Japanese gambling.
Yeah, if you want to make money in Atlanta, though.
The Korean karaoke bars are something fierce around here. You know?
Korean mostly anything is pretty fierce around here, whether it's the karaoke bars, the barbecue, or any like. There's a huge presence of that here.
You want to feel unwelcome, and look, I'm not saying this about all cultures across the board. Let me put the disclaimer out there. I love all different types of people, etc., etc. But go into like a Korean karaoke bar that's like in a cut somewhere, like like a small one that looks to be kind of culturally exclusive. When I lived off of Pleasant Hill Road, there was this karaoke bar right down the road from me, and I drove past it several times. I was like, you know what, let me go ahead and stop inside of here. And so I gathered one of my old friends, Andrew, back from the day, and we went and we walked into this place, and like it was one of those moments where everybody turned and just looked like who are you?
Why?
And why are you what are you doing here? What do you
Who are
want?
these two? Yeah.
It was so uncomfortable. And we sat at the bar, we looked around, everybody looked at us. It took like forever to get one drink, and then we just dipped. So yeah.
Oh no.
We had something, my husband and I had something similar, like when we were in Arizona. And we had heard of this new chicken and waffle place that had opened. Didn't think much of it. I'd never tried it. Just like, let's go. Where it was located, we were the whitest people. So we walked in and everybody looked at us. It was like, oh, hi. It was really awkward. And then everybody was super nice. It was like, okay, this is cool. But those first like 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Chicken and
Maybe
waffles.
you shouldn't have been here.
Rufus was y'all not from around here, are you? I don't know.
No?
I was just making a joke on somebody who owns a chicken and waffles place. His name has to be Rufus, and he would ask you or tell you you're not from around here. But anyway, all right. Everybody doing good though?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, so this session here, you guys are hot off completing one faction mission and gathering your bearings in the hideout that you have at this ruined miners guild. And I expect most of this session, if not all of it, to be kind of role play. We have a short list of things to do, but a lot of those things aren't necessarily dungeon or dragon or Drakkenheim related, but there may be a chance for some combat here, maybe towards the end of this session. But just as a brief recap before we get into our official recap, we have some role play coming up between some PCs and stuff here, but right now it's the 8th of Springtide, about 6:30 p.m. And tomorrow you guys plan on heading over to the Red Lion Hotel to link up with Reginald Ironhelm on his shift change, Old Zoya at the Shrine of the Old Gods, and of course still at the this is back at the Red Lion Hotel, speaking with Orion Jones. And then after that, there is some missions on the docket. You can check the events and leads channel on Discord to go ahead and see what's there. Probably while you guys are talking, I'm going to be adding some stuff in there. And way down the list here, there's checking in on Anar Minel, see what he's up to, see if he still has, see if he has a crystal in his chest, see what he's been doing. You get a lot of drip and bling. And figure out what's going on with Nimbra Broadbow and Buckledown Row. And then there's Reed Manor. And also added to this list, the Smithy and the Scar, the Knights of the Silver Order would like you guys to go to the Smithy and, do some reconnaissance, get some information, get some manifests. But anyway, all right, who would like to go ahead and hit us up with a recap?
Anybody feeling it? I don't mind, but...
Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, man.
Thank you, Shane.
No worries. Last time on Dungeons of Drakkenheim, we begin, or I should say pick back up with, the executions of the DePere parents by Knight Captain Theodore Marshall, as we are ushered into the meeting tent and get the 411 from Brent on famed Knight Captains of the Silver Order. Here's some big bold points for you listeners out there, and these are kind of, broadly speaking, the things that people of Westamar might know, or that the general populace would know about the Silver Order and Knight Captain. They happen to be generals of the Silver Order. They are often slated for sainthood and are pretty big deals in their hometowns where a memorial might even be dedicated to them. They are widely known for their feats and deeds and colloquially are known by the common folk as slayers of evil, quote unquote. Others, on the other hand, outsiders who might not be part of the Sacred Flame, might harbor suspicion for knight captains, for it was two famed previous knight captains who led the Inquisitions and are responsible, in part, for the Mage War some 500 years ago, culminating in the Edicts of Lumen. In addition, we also found out that one Gloria Hatfield, Kalina's former mentor, is also a knight captain, and that the knight captains, the Silver Order, are led by one High Paladin, Uriel Radley, who is in charge of, I suppose, the militant arm of the Sacred Flame, and is the what's the word? Because I read this a little bit in the Sebastian's Guide to Drakkenheim, but it's like the major domo to the high priest, or the high flame keeper of Illyria.
Yes,
And they
High Paladin.
Yes. So that's the big, that's Theodore's boss, basically. And Theodore himself has a reputation for being, quote, merciless to his enemies and generous to those of the faith. As the party enters the command tent, the Sacred Flame, the Silver Order, Theodore introduces himself, and inside of that tent we see strewn on the central table a large war map, Drakkenheim, and there are several points marked on it of particular note, likely to the Silver Order. In addition, a large picture is hung on the side of a tent, which is very familiar to Ron, who happened to have seen this exact image in his backstory, that flashback that we had in the previous episode. And as we get comfortable, Knight, and I'm assuming he's a knight, Zacharias, opens a chest on the main table, which is lined with cushion, but is seemingly empty. Congratulating the party on their efforts of retrieving the Scepter of Saint Vitruvio, Theodore offers, as Kalina so boldly put it, a reward of 250 GP, as well as a choice of an item from the Silver Order's armory, and was hopeful that rewarding the party might make them feel good about getting the Scepter of Saint Vitruvio back for the Sacred Flame and the Silver Order, and I suppose lead off on the right foot. Tinu, though, worried about giving over the scepter, and offered a prayer to, I'm assuming, the Sacred Flame, but in the session you said you're God, but I'm not sure who that, I don't know if the characters know who that is specifically, but I'm assuming it's the Sacred Flame. And nothing happened. There wasn't a direct line. I don't even think Saint Vitruvio, if I remember the VOD correctly, spoke at that moment. So after this unsureness passed, and with a bit of hesitancy, Tinu laid the staff down, not in the chest, I think, but on the table, cracking it under its immense weight. And it took not one, not two, but 3 knights, and you can correct me on this, if you want, to lift that heavy hefting thing up and get it into the chest.
Yeah, fuck them! No, I'm just kidding.
I thought that scene was beautiful. Theodore went on to continue talking about the Westamar regalia, which we did hear about from Flamekeeper Orphelia. And their next big operation in the area is to find and secure the phylactery of Saint Vitruvio and the, oh man, I'm going to butcher this name, the Sword of Ignatius, I think?
The Sword of Truth. The Sword, Ignatius.
Yeah. Oh, that's the name of it. Okay, the Sword of Truth. from the cathedral in Drakkenheim, whose name is. And in order to do that, the Silver Order requires the securing of one of the gates of Drakkenheim as a forward operating outpost into the city proper. Now, unfortunately for the Silver Order, several of those gates are no-goes, whether it be College Gate's high haze presence, or the presence of, I think Kingsgate had some pretty bad stuff over there as well, didn't want to deal with. And they also couldn't get Shepherd's Gate folks, Hooded Lanterns, to agree to let them in. And according to Theodore, when he was talking about it, Commander Drexel, apparently the leader of the Hooded Lanterns, is a haunted person who seems lost in the past, quote unquote. And oh, that's right, Kingsgate is held by trolls, and it's very much out of the way from the troll. And finally, Champions Gate, as we all know, is held by the Fallen Fire and Lucretia's cult, maybe, or schism, apostates. I don't know, whatever you want to call them. So they don't want to go anywhere near those, and that leaves Temple's Gate, where they hope, though it is held by gnolls, it is near enough to the cathedral itself that should they claim this gate, it will be an excellent staging ground for claiming the cathedral, retrieving these relics of Saint Vitruvio, his phylactery and the Sword of Truth. One of which, the phylactery, is also a part of the Westamar Regalia, offices of power and prestige that mark important people in the city of Drakkenheim itself. Includes the crown of Westamar, which is worn by the monarch, I believe, of the city, or of the nation. I think it's the crown of Westamar, so that makes sense. After explaining their purposes, Theodore goes around the table talking to each individual member about their reason for being here, and whether it's gold or family, which Theodore started noticing a pattern, I noticed during the session, that a lot of us are here for familial related reasons. We heard some things that need to get done before this operation on Temple's Gate could happen. A couple things, specifically. Theodore wanted us to hopefully secure the information on the Iron Helm Dwarves' trade routes and ledger, so that way they can stop the trade of delirium from Drakkenheim, and they can attack these key areas. In exchange, Theodore is willing to bend a little bit on Mageborn and allow the ritual that Ron's hoping to create. Do so over some of the nights that I think have been at the center of the crater, but I'm not sure if that was the specific ritual we're hoping for. I might be talking out of my butt on that one.
Say it one more time.
He's willing to offer Ron the ritual of dreaming for one of his people that have been to the crater itself, with supervision.
True.
Outside of the church.
Yes.
In addition, at the Drakkenheim Theater, which, if the audience doesn't remember, specifically the Rose Theater, is a place that Tinu and Kalina might need to do for some of their personal quest stuff. There is a malfeasant mage known as the Iron Banshee, who stalks its halls and balconies with a suit that apparently allows them to travel through the deep haze unharmed. They wish this Iron Banshee alive, or proof of the death if necessary, and would be incredibly grateful if we would go and retrieve this malfeasant mage, as it is the duty of the Silver Order to hunt down malfeasants, as they are known in the lands of Weston. They also agree that they will not and this is a little grim, but they will not execute Kalina/Tinu's brother Anar, and instead aid us in apprehending him with the aid of the Silver Order's Knights. If we can find out how he travels between the farm, Hendrick's farm, and Champion's Gate. But hopefully before that happens, he hasn't stuck anything inside of his chest, like certain delirium crystals. We'll see. And at the end of this, the party has a lot to think about, and leave with Flamekeeper Ophelia to collect our reward from the armory, in which Kalina gets her adamantium plate. Pretty cool stuff. And the rest of the night goes about with the party regrouping and talking at home about what we're going to do in the future, including our plans with Orion Jones, Big Reg, and I think some other downtime stuff that we're doing. This is the part that I don't have super good hits on.
There was a lot of talk about, yes, what will you guys go ahead and do next, and the risks and the rewards. And pretty much schedule I talked about just a few minutes ago was what you guys essentially came up with, and that's where we left off.
Perfect. That's where we are right now.
Excellent. Thank you, Louie. Take some inspiration. You may need it. Let's then hop right back into it and see what you guys do now. We're going to go ahead and go over to the Ruined Guild Hall. And let's see here. All right. So, it's about 6:30 p.m. or so. If you guys do peek outside, you note that the sun is beginning to set, go low. I mean, it'll still be a few hours before it is night. But yeah, you guys were all resting and rubbing your temples and finding yourselves in a maelstrom of different events. And how are you guys going to get to your goals, considering the headwinds? And did I put everybody on this map? Yes, I did. Oh, I gotta put this here. There we go. All right. This session really is where we go. Is up to you guys and what we do. So you guys look around at each other, and what do you do?
Alice, since we're all still sitting together, and we haven't, braked for bedtime, is going to look at everybody, add to the group, and she's going to be like, I had another point I wanted to bring to the group. If you all don't mind having a little bit more of a conversation real quick. It's about, that we all just got 250 gold handed to us for something we did collectively as a party. What does everyone think about putting 50 into the party bank? And we'll have a 350 sitting in there, kind of with the understanding that it's for anytime we need a contamination removed, or an item that would benefit the party as an all, just so that way we all have it, and nobody has to worry about who's giving up what in the moment. We know we have a good little honeypot for that motion, for something like that.
Who's handling the coin? Who's holding on to it?
I don't want to. I just wanted to suggest it. I don't even, it could be in the bag of holding or whatever. I trust everybody here with that. I just wasn't sure what everyone's thoughts would be, just to have it so that way there's no, just to have a little honeypot in the party funds like we did before, but we just got a nice payout.
I would say I'd be fine with that.
Sounds good here.
Yeah.
Tina, you alright with that? But that means you are responsible for the party's funds.
Me? Why are you assigning it to me?
Because
You're the bag holder.
You wanted.
Okay.
You hear from under the floorboards, I'll take it! No, I'm joking.
Nina,
Right, you.
My hand goes
What are
under.
you?
how much is that total, everybody? It's
So-
350.
each? 350?
That's
Okay.
7 of us, so that's going to be 350 gold in
Yeah.
the pot.
Suppose if you all didn't want to take back your coins for helping me, the least I can do is
No, Louis.
No, it's not a problem, and that's why we're doing this, so nobody feels the need to take funds from themselves.
right.
So that way next time,
All right. That's fine. All right. He starts counting out 50 coins and starts handing it over to you, Tina. Don't
Alice
lose
will
that.
slide her bag over to you, Louis, to have you count for her, because you're faster at it than her.
Sure.
And I'll take 50 gold out of me.
I'll take
Yep.
50 gold. Torin will count his own 50 gold and pass it along. So I will take 50 gold out of my character sheet.
Mm-hmm.
We want to just put it in party treasure and maybe have Brent pin it for current party gold amount.
Yes. X, I was just
Perfect.
thinking that. That works.
But still write it on your sheet, Koo, in case we lose
No,
that.
it's there. I displayed it.
Cool. Awesome. Perfect.
I'll put it in. So we have what, 350 in party funds?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then Brent can pin it
Do it
when
this way,
party
so we can see it.
it's 250. That way we have it in. There you go.
Oh, 350.
350. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It was my idea and I messed it up.
It's 700.
700.
It doubled because we put it in the bag of holding.
Oh my gosh! Put all of the gold in the bag of holding.
Could
We're just gonna
imagine-
glitch it.
The
Could you imagine a bag of
duplication
gambling
glitch.
where Brent's like, hey, put gold in here and maybe it'll be here, maybe it'll double. It'll be gone.
No, no.
It's cursed. It doubles it in copper, though. It turns it to copper. It doubles it.
Oh,
Oh my god, that'd be horrible.
Oh
That's
You'll eventually make money. Eventually.
So if we add
Who here
copper
wants
in
to
there,
learn
does
about
it?
how Roths work.
no!
Oh man, not the bank again.
Hey, Louis, you've told us about your issue with the bank, right?
You overheard me.
Clearly.
Oh,
So-
right. I didn't get to talk. Thank you all for not selling me out to those damn bounty hunters.
Yeah.
Well-
like thugs.
I think that, when we get to the point where we repay it, I think we should repay that debt back in copper instead of gold.
Oh, anything to put a stick in Jason's eye, I'd be fine with that.
And make them count it out one by one just to make sure that it's right.
It's like
That is
watching a
devious. I love it.
come up to one of their stalls and see her paying hay pennies. It's downright diabolical. I like it. Good. All right.
It's 10 gold per silver, 10 silver per gold, or 10 copper, silver, 10 silver, gold, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a 10 system.
So it'd be 1,000,000 copper. Got it.
Might want spade bars, but we could probably get a couple chests.
Oh, we just get another bag of holding and just start dumping it out on their desk until they can't move anymore.
They tell you it needs to be rolled. Come back.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
You also realize that 1,000,000 copper coins is 10 tons.
Yep. Like I said.
Oh, we need a couple bags of holding.
Look, we're trying to make this their problem, not our problem, so.
We'll find a way. We'll break it down as little as we can without, making it a problem for us.
Tina, you still got that in your bag of holding?
What?
I'm just curious, making sure you know what it is.
Oh yeah, it's right here. Sorry, I'm doing. What is that when you're making sure everything's correct in your bag of holding? I was going through
Inventory
all this-
management.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Brent, does Tina have her bag of holding on her?
Yes, she has
put
a bag
it
of
in
holding.
there.
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. Good to know.
Why wouldn't I have it on
I
me?
don't know. You know,
Well,
just
maybe it got stolen. You know, gotta
It's
keep it
bright
close.
pink, so we know, so we can all look and see.
It's in front of me right here.
just a little bit of fun. No worries.
Okay, that was all I needed. And everyone's ready to go relax.
Well, I may go topside to do a little bit of cleaning.
I'll
guess
come
I-
with you.
Yeah, I can help for a few minutes before we get back. So, 'cause I gotta help Louie tonight. So,
Right. I should
Can
take
I
it.
mend this jail cell?
You walk out and go down the hall and open it, and you look at the state of this thing. It looks like mending probably wouldn't keep it on securely. Maybe you can like mend it to where it stays in place, but actually to secure someone in, that the mending is probably not a good enough bonding, especially with all the different joints and points to keep it on there secure. Probably need to fix it.
Okay. I wanted to fix the Nars bedroom.
Yo. Yeah, you guys know that like cleaning up the place is like I would say is a full downtime day. Fixing items inside of this place, you could just do that with a skill check on the downtime day. As long as you have the tools, I would say to fix that gel cell there probably is going to require I would say tinker's tools. Um, yeah.
And like iron bars and a cot, probably.
If you know, if you guys have walked through this place, there's some old, disgusting beds and stuff upstairs. Um, you could maybe take that. There definitely isn't a place to buy beds around here. But yeah, you guys can figure out a way to make do. You know.
Yeah, we could buy sleeping rolls. If your brother doesn't mind that, Tinu, or those beds upstairs.
I don't say anything because I know Kala's gonna, what is that? Chastise me?
Could we tonight, Brent, figure out like, and you don't have to type this out right now, but like, generally speaking, either room by room or like general costs, figure out how much it would cost to like refurbish this place to have it back at square one, like as a workable inn, quote unquote.
Sure. Yeah, I'll go ahead and look that up. I'll probably end up finding some rules from the Strongholds third party book. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but I'll probably end up looking through there to get some guidance. But yeah,
Yeah,
I will do
we'll probably
that.
we'll probably need to hire some locals for carpentry and all that.
Yeah, I think that's
Brent,
what we can do today. Is just go about and write stuff down for how much stuff's going to cost.
Brent, you said general maintenance, like it's in the scheme, it's not going to make a difference in regards to what we're trying to do. So, like 2 hours isn't going to count toward an actual downtime day, right?
No, you have to mechanically. The party would have to agree that we're doing a downtime day, which means you're going to dedicate your time to all these side things.
Okay.
Get pre-cleaning done. Getting the list started.
But I would say that for now, like, you know, just in this session and stuff, if you guys go upstairs and begin looking through the mess, you know, I would say that, you know, just as flavor, you can clean up some of it. If there's anything unique you want to do that involves maybe defenses or things like that nature, you can tell me that, you know.
Well, I know, like, at least straightening out episodes, because one thing Colabati's going to do is to drop 4 unseen servants who start straightening things up.
Sure. I mean, if you guys go up and, you know, work together, I don't know who's all going to participate in this. I know Ron said he's going to go up there.
I would say Torn would probably be helping. He would using strength to carry some things and mending to at least put smaller bits together. And
Tina's helping too.
Yeah, if we got a ledger, I think we had one down here. I'm going to start. Actually, we have the ledger of the collapsed tower when we were in the city. I'm just going to start taking notes about costs to figure out how much everything would take to rebuild this place.
Fantastic. You guys work together to do this. I would say, with 4 unseen servants, you make some headway. Um, I would say that, you know what? We'll say that when you guys do take downtime, to clean up the rest of the place, will take probably like a good 8 hours. So
Okay.
you can then use the rest of the balance for other things.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
you guys are up there. You see Kolabadi directing invisible entities, and they move pretty quickly, grabbing all this rubble and just throwing it out in a pile at the side of the building. And Louis is walking around upstairs. Your feet punches through the floor in some areas, but you're careful. And yeah, you get a size of the layout and stuff here. You definitely get a sense. I'll tell you this much: it's going to cost money to fix the upstairs kind of living area, this space here, because there's a huge gash in the ceiling and in 2 of the walls. Let's see. It's gonna cost some money for that. But everything else, maybe there's a cost to it, but not so much as fixing these walls and this roof. And I would say also pretty much the holes in the building. That's what's going to cost money.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
True.
Yeah, I'd say Alice didn't go up with everybody. Did Kalina?
Nope.
Perfect. So, after everybody kind of like wanders upstairs, Alice will kind of like go over to where Kalina's at, settle herself right down next to her. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Why? I'm great.
You don't have to lie to me.
Ooh.
I don't know. I've been great.
Was it with what happened at Camp Dawn? Because I'll be really honest, I am not happy with how Ophelia pulled you away to shield you from seeing what happened.
I think she was others. She could tell that I was unhappy and was trying to make sure that I didn't see anything that I didn't want to.
Why would she not want you to see that?
I don't really know why everybody else wanted to.
I didn't want to see it. She singled you out.
I think she wants me to go back. Which, at first, I thought I wanted. I don't think Tina feels the same way, but I wanted to go back and keep training and get stronger and be able to heal people and stop whatever these transformations are. I kind of thought that they were the ones that I would go to for them. I had mentioned it to Ophelia a few days ago.
You thought, so you don't think that way anymore?
I mean, I do. I sort of. I wanted to be a cleric to protect people and to help them and heal them. But I never wanted to be one to execute people for mistakes. And I'm starting to wonder how much I follow the church and how much I follow their beliefs, because right now I don't feel like they're the same thing. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does. I mean, I don't know if you picked it up because I know there's a lot going on, but Hannah might be somebody to talk to because she's, I believe, there for the right reasons, the same ones that you have, that you want to help. And Ophelia's constantly, I mean, at least from what I can gather from what Ophelia said, that she's trying to get Hannah to move up, and Hannah doesn't want to. I wonder if she's got the same concerns that you do.
You didn't seem like you liked so much either.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, talk a little bit louder on that.
You didn't seem like you liked so much.
I don't trust the church at all. The part that you're questioning, at least. Always seeming a little, I mean, it's like anything that grows in too much power loses, I feel like it can lose the ideals of what they started with. Forget about the little people. I mean, I've seen it done from where I grew up. I grew up in a very politically charged family who didn't care about the little people aside from the common folk, aside from making sure the taxes were paid. Only kept them happy to make sure that was done. I feel like the church is potential. I mean, I didn't like the answer that I was given about, they just want to kick the dwarves out just because they're a problem. That seems very conquering mentality. Conquerors don't heal and help people. And I was pretty quiet because I knew that the church was important to you, maybe Tino, and I didn't want my mouth to ruin anything that you were wanting to get out of them.
So you don't trust them?
No.
Do you trust me?
Absolutely.
Even though I was one of them?
Hannah's one of them. Do you trust Hannah?
I do.
Do you trust her more than the Knight Captain?
I feel like I shouldn't, but yeah. She seems like she wants to fix things here. I don't get that feeling from everybody else.
Right. I mean, like River told me, well, I can't remember who's River. Was it River? Yeah, River did mention it. I mean, I potentially have an issue with the church. I mean, first off, there's the whole, edicts of Lumen that could keep me from getting what I want. I was threatened to be sent to the church by my supposed family. And I was also told how church might be responsible for this questioning of who I really am. And after seeing the way they handled the parents of those kids, it's a little bit more believable, you know?
Were they around much when you were a kid?
Oh, the church? Or my parents?
I I'd met your parents, but I guess
I've
both.
never met my blood parents, I guess, is the way to say it. I was told my mom died when bringing me here. And I was told that my father died in the Reptile Wars. And I was taken in by House Jones. That's what they've told me.
You don't believe it.
Hmm?
You don't believe that?
I don't really know what to believe after everything. I mean, they were taking my blood and had it specially marked. There's got to be some truth to it if, Ryan's trying to use me to get what he wants. I have a cousin, sister, somebody related to me is a flamekeeper.
So then they can't all be that.
I don't even think Orion is bad. But I believe good people can be. I mean, look how you're thinking of. You don't think your brother is bad, but you think he's brainwashed.
I cannot think of any other reason someone would think that place is safe.
I mean,
It,
she kind of shrugs.
it just something seems very off there. And Anar was always smart and protective of us, and it just doesn't feel like him.
It might have drove him to even think that was a good decision.
Yeah, we mentioned it a couple days ago. Our mom is missing.
Yeah.
Apparently, he thinks Lucretia Matthias has information on her, and as much as she's one of the higher ups, he thinks he still has a chance to speak to her. And he thinks this is the best way in. Or that's why he went there in the first place. I don't really know what he's thinking anymore.
Sounds like desperation. Understandably so. Right?
Honestly, that's probably why the parents were going there as well. And for the kids.
Yeah. Feels like there's no right answer around any of it.
Well, we can do our best to help people out from here. I guess we're not as qualified or well outfitted. But if you become the queen, maybe you can just order everybody to be better.
Oh,
I appreciate the enthusiasm. I'll take it. I did have a question for you as well.
Yeah, it's a bad game.
I was hoping whenever we go talk to Orion tomorrow, and she's gonna look around, make sure nobody else is around, and here's everybody shuffling upstairs, and she'll kind of scoot a little closer to you, to like where your guys' shoulders are touching. She'll be like, I mean, especially with your new pretty armor, right? I was hoping that when I go talk to him, I don't want it to become like a showdown like it did last time, because that's gonna put him on the defensive, and I need him to be eating out of the palm of my hand if this is gonna go the way it needs to go. And with Orion, everything is about presentation. So he has already loudly stated that he thinks little of the rest of our group. Obviously, I do not share that. I was planning on making sure I put on my fine set of clothes, having Torin, clean me up. And I was hoping maybe if you could play the guard part and just stand there and look, all big and strong and capable like you are for me. I know Lulu might have his feelings hurt, but I don't trust him to keep his mouth shut. Or Torin, even though I know they mean well. I was wondering if I could ask that of you to help kind of make the noble image I need to have Orion take me seriously.
Kala is pushing hair very quickly in front of her face to cover that she's blushing. I will stand wherever you want me to. Whatever makes him listen, wherever you need me.
Thank you. And obviously, anything I'm telling him is just to get him to do what I want. Doesn't necessarily speak for my actual thoughts.
I gathered that after the last meeting, you acted very differently with him.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, I gotta get him. And the presentation's gonna mean a lot to him. I'm gonna have to inflate his ego. I'm gonna have to play the part.
And
So,
pretend you like him?
at least respect him. I think a mutual respect would go further than emotions with him.
I can keep a straight face.
She'll give you a big old smile. And remember how you asked me why Lulu calls me Addie, not Alice?
You said it was a nickname.
Yeah, Alice is a nickname too. Because my real name is Adelheid. It's not as common, so I'm hoping going by Alice, less trackable, even though I'm finding that's getting harder and harder to do.
I like Adelaide.
She gives a smile.
But we can call you Alice.
I don't know if I want to be called Adelheid. Might, turn some heads. I don't know. So.
Well, Addie, do you want to go help clean?
I cannot wait to see what Lulu's face is when he hears you call me that, because you absolutely have permission. And she'll kind of like throw an arm over and give you a quick little side hug and get up and scrambling up. Come on, let's go.
Head upstairs and start helping clean?
Yeah.
Run upstairs. Okay.
All right, love it, love it. Take some inspiration, Kalina. You already have one. No, I can't get more than one. All right, fantastic. Meanwhile, while that conversation is going on, I'm gonna drag a couple tokens some places. Louis, you're upstairs at this moment, and well, actually, at first, we'll just put you upstairs. You're like on the second floor, and you're kind of serving this area, kicking around furniture, looking around. On the ground, you do find what looks like a old stuffed doll of just a generic random, maybe Drakkenheim knight. It's scummy, old. But as you're looking down, you look out the window, and one, you note Kolabadi seems to be making her way away from the building to a tree line. But something else catches your eye. Way down the path here, and go ahead and zoom out here. Here we go. Like way down the path where the slope begins to descend and there's more trees, and it goes back to that ruined village. You're pretty certain you saw some movement that didn't look like an animal there.
You mean two-legged movement, like people?
Yeah, and it looks like the like whoever it was is already retreating.
Already.
Yeah, you get a glimpse, and all you see is like the silhouette in the trees of like briefly, maybe a head, some shoulders of somebody going away, and then it's gone.
And then it's okay. Well, it's probably too quick for me to. Do we have a spyglass? I thought we had one in this campaign. Maybe.
You guys did find
It's not my character.
a short spy. Oh yeah, you sold it, I think, right?
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
He's gone. Never mind. That's fine. Louis says to himself quietly, "Oh, that's not good. I better." And I'm gonna go downstairs, and every time I find something, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna tell them that somebody tracked us back to our house. I'm gonna go have a look at the footprints.
Yeah, you find Torin down there. Ron, I'm gonna say that actually you're in this ruined bathroom on the first floor, looking over this scummy tub and thinking a bit.
Okay, I was about to say I can't see it now. I can. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. How heavy is this bathtub?
Oops, sorry.
It's just throw me out the window. No problem.
I mean, you looked it up. I mean, there's like a small pool of like scummy stuff at the bottom. It's not too heavy. You know, I don't know, maybe 100 pounds.
I'll take the idea. I will. While they're doing what they're doing, I'm gonna try to find a way to bring it down the stairs. I know I'm gonna have to, clunk it down, but I'm gonna try to bring it down to the stairs so I can get to the pool of water to clean it out.
Got it. Yeah, Torin, you hear what Louis says, and then you see he goes out the front door, and as you're cleaning up here among these invisible forces moving stuff, you also note Kolabadi went out the front door. You hear some like dragging, heavy noise, and yeah, you see Ron is coming out with this bathtub.
Huh. I'll go over and look in the bathtub, and
you look inside. It's just dirt, algae, grime, spider webs. Yeah, it's just disgusting.
yeah, I'll try to see how much prestidigitation can help with that.
It cleans off the edges and stuff, but the debris at the bottom probably needs to be scooped out. But you imagine that's not like a big
I mean,
deal.
I'll come that on the tub and that on the hands after I scoop it out. On my hands after I scoop it out, I guess I'll work on trying to get all this gunk out of here.
Got it. you assist Ron in his effort, and you guys moving furniture out of somebody's house. You guys are like, all right, no, you turn this way, turn it sideways, no, turn it that way, turn it this way, and you guys are able to make your way downstairs with this tub. You hear this Tinu as you're looking over this cell that's down here, figuring out what maybe needs to be done to fix it. And eventually you will see Torn and Ron come through with a partially cleaned tub.
Down here?
Yeah, down here. I'm not gonna move their tokens, but they would be in that area. Yeah, they're like just kind of.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, why are you guys bringing that down here?
Yeah, cleaning mostly. It needs a little bit of extra effort.
Yeah, and I need it for I'm gonna need it for Louis tonight. He needs a bath.
Oh. Should we leave it out here, or are you taking it all the way inside?
I mean, where are you at in retrospect?
I will go ahead and
Tino-
move your token down there so you can look at the area. Hold on one second.
Oh, you're fine. Well, she was already down there. I'd be like, well, we're already here.
Yeah, no, I would move out of the way. I wouldn't stop you guys from moving, but I would be kind of like shocked that you're moving a tub into our meeting room.
Can,
Do I have a tub icon? Oh, I do. I do have a tub. Oh, here we go. Okay.
you have a tub icon? I was
do
going to
have a tub.
ask if you said you can't change the map.
And bam. Let's see here. I gotta. It's small, but Oh yeah. There.
Nice.
There it is.
So
There you
Oh,
go.
it's,
Yeah, well, just bring it into the conference room for tonight and
yep.
bring it out in the morning. So,
Wait, why do
So
you
I'll
make
make-
that for Louis?
because he needs a bath.
He can't just. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Well,
Ju-
You leaves.
trust-
Never mind.
Trust the process.
there's only so much magicking all the grime off a person can actually help with hygiene.
I give everybody control of the tub. You can move it wherever you want. Go for it. Yeah.
Oh, we get the,
And I'll unlock this door and open it.
I'll go ahead and, I was about to say, is it too big to fit through the door?
I'll go look for Bati and Louis while they're doing that. That's just what Tina's doing.
And you can wash your cat in the bathtub too when we're done if you want to.
I don't think she needs to get washed. She could just like disappear and come back.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. This is what is it? Oh, what's the name of that TLC show where they like renovate stuff?
Which one?
I know. You're right.
Yeah.
Let us sell it.
Yeah. Pimp this house. That's what we're gonna call this. All right.
You know what? Yeah. You know what? Might as well
This
be. Yeah.
house? Oh my goodness.
Pimp this extremely dilapidated, broken tavern that has a dark secret underneath. Bit of a mouthful, but
And
Cold
indoor
body.
bathtub.
You walk away from the area and you come down to the tree line, and let me see here what I want to do with this. We'll go ahead and do this here. You can like smell the blood in the air around this guy. Dressed always the same in this kind of scouting kind of warrior ranger type of gear. You see the wounds across his face as you come up to him, and I found a better picture which I'm going to be using from here on out. But you see this guy. Burn scars on his face, eyes glowing, looking like that. And let me see. One second here. I'm gonna try to use a little voice changing, but if it's too hard to understand, then just let me know and I'll turn it off and it doesn't matter. But anyway, let's see. You hear?
What happened back there at that camp? I no longer felt you.
I believe that they had the camp warded against external intrusions.
You see, he kind of looks off in the distance like he's thinking. Then he looks at you.
What have you found out about the dragon blood? Time is wasting.
Well, we'll probably need to get further into the city to find out any further information about any of the royal bloodlines, birth records, family trees.
Why can't you just go to the tower? You have a force of soldiers with you.
I have a small group of friends with me. I don't have a group that could storm such a place that's been sealed by the Brotherhood itself. By the Brotherhood. I am hoping that I can persuade some of their local agents to inform us of what wards may be there to either lower them or bypass them.
Maybe you should find some more of our kin. Those who are more useful with the blade. Did you tell them about us?
The Brotherhood? No. I do know that the group I'm with do suspect something is up, but I have not told them about you.
The red-haired one. She mentioned something about this royal bloodline.
Yes, something to do with the Jones family.
You see, he looks deflated for a second.
From my understanding, the most recent, before Drakkenheim fell, the queen was from that region.
She was from that region. Did she survive?
We don't know. Concerning everything that's going on with the city, she may still be there, she may not. We'll have to delve in deeper to see.
Osaria may persuade you to take your time. But time is not something we have.
What is the reason for the rush? The city's been in this state for 15 years.
What's the reason? We demand justice. Blood begets blood, Kolavati. What if something or someone else interrupts our moment? I can feel it in the air. Dragon blood is still here somewhere. It can't escape us. I'm sorry, maybe you finally coming here has made me a bit impatient. But I'll wait for a little while.
Well, the city has many dangers. I do hear that there's one of our kin to the north of the city.
You
Someone.
see Cox is his head sideways.
One moment. I'm just trying to find that name. 1 second.
No problem.
Which channel was that in?
Any Yogan?
Yeah. Yeah.
You tell him that?
Yes, I mentioned Ida Yogan's name.
You
Yeah,
see
Yogan Ghost Weaver.
a look of surprise come over his face, and then it transforms into rage and bloodlust.
Where?
From what I hear, he maintains a shrine somewhere north of the castle.
We must go there and slay him, that traitor. As I lay dying, blade in my gut. If you remember, he was standing there. Behind him. Behind Von Draken. He sold our secrets. How is he still here? It makes sense. I have walked the shadows, looking for those who betrayed us in our last moments. He was not there because he's still here.
You see he begins pacing back and forth. You can see him like clenching his fists. He looks like if he could strike at something and kill it, he would do it so now.
We're told that he has the power of life and death.
Of course he does. He's stolen the essence of Morrigan. He told Von Draken where we were. Nothing but betrayal comes from his lips. He must know. He has to know. He has the essence. He can find every last one of them.
You see like almost a look of delusion in his eyes.
All of the Von Drakens. Go to him. Use him like he used used us.
You see he steps up to you. You can smell the grime and blood. He's like right in your face.
Then kill him. No one in Eladria will shed a tear.
His secrets will be mine. And when there is nothing left to pull from him, the last thing he shall give me is his life.
You see he nods with satisfaction. And then slowly he just fades away, leaving blood on the leaves and on the ground.
And
Anyway, yeah, now you're just standing in the woods.
she'll brush off her dress and start moving back towards the house, back towards the inn.
Yeah, you see, Tinu at this moment, you're upstairs, you see Kolabadi approaching. Louis, you, go down to this area where you saw movement and, nothing is there now, but immediately you see some pushed up pine needle beds on the ground and a few branches cut, broken.
Can I tell anything else about these tracks or the person that left them?
Roll me survival.
Sure thing. 19.
Yeah, you bend down and you brush away the pine needle and you look on the ground. What's immediately noted is that it looks like one set of tracks, but it looks like whoever was here came here maybe multiple times. You can see like a line going down and back and down and back again. Could have been longer than a couple days.
So they don't come every day from the looks of the prints.
No, but it looks like somebody was here more than once.
I look about in the foliage and the trees near this spot. These tracks don't go any further than that, right?
They go back down the slope, like into the woods.
Do they follow the path down the slope?
No, it avoids the path.
But it stops here to watch the...
It stops here and goes no further.
Okay. How far away from the house am I?
You look like maybe you're 300 feet away.
And in the trees, does it look like there's a good place that one could set up a blind and look at this spot?
Yeah, this tree looks pretty sturdy. It looks like someone could climb it. I'll even actually say that, I mean, you see some scrape marks on the tree. Yeah.
I'm gonna climb it and see if they left anything. Any, like, spikes in the tree or maybe anything of use that they might have left to prove that they were here.
You climb up. It's no effort for you, and you look around. It does look like this tree has a good vantage point of the house. You can see the upper floor, the bottom floor, and all the elements kind of around. It's like right at the edge of this line. Nothing is left in the tree, but if you come back down, I will say at this moment you notice on one side of the tree it looks like there's like somebody carved an X in it.
His eyes go up when he sees that. I don't know what that means, right, Brent?
No, it doesn't look like a ruin or a symbol. It's just an X. What's your survival? I will give you a note that it's probably just maybe a marker.
Oh, for trailblazing?
Yeah, remembering where this spot is.
In the tree they climb? That makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna go back in.
You head back, and at this moment, it's about, well, I'm gonna say, like, it's an hour or so later. Imagine a time lapse, the sun's setting. It's now kind of blazing at the horizon. And I'm gonna say it's about approaching 8 o'clock. The unseen servants, maybe as long as they lasted, they moved a lot of the rubble. And the rest of you guys working together. This bottom stairs area is mostly clean at this moment, besides some of the really big pieces. Yeah. You guys back together.
I'm gonna find Ron real quick.
Sure, I'm gonna say that Ron, Torin, they came upstairs. I mean, all of you together. But if you want some privacy, sure. I'm gonna say that you go downstairs and yeah, we'll just say you go downstairs and you see them. You come down to see a tub in the middle of this room.
What are you two doing with that?
You're gonna need it tonight.
I don't smell that bad. He takes a whiff. Well, alright. But no soap, okay? Keep that shite in my eyes.
If you say so.
No, like seriously, why Torin, why do we have a tub?
You heard the lizard man.
You're kidding. Okay. Torin, can you do me a favor? If
Yeah,
you're
what's
done with this tub thumping business that you're doing.
Okay.
There's a spot about 300 paces south of the house. There's a tree, it's got necks on it. Somebody's watching us. Go talk with Tina. She's the only one I think that might be able to help. See about setting a ward there. I mean, I figure between you and Kolabai or Tina and Kalina and all your magic probably figure something out.
Do you think you're setting some kind of ward or something to alert us?
I want to know who's trying to scope us out and if they want us dead. For all we know, it could be Mel's folk again.
Okay.
And that has its own dangers.
300 paces south, you say?
Direct from the front door.
Alright. I'll take a look and see if I can notice anything, and then I'll come back and see if I can get the others to figure something out.
Good lad. Alright. Run. Wait.
Yes.
Am I hopping in this tub then? As Torin starts walking out.
We'll get there. Where's Tino at?
He's upstairs, I think.
Where do you want
Wait, you're
to
not bathing the cat, are you?
That was my first thought, but she said no.
You're gonna die if you do that. Ask Ku. Tina's not there. That cat's gonna be angry with you. Good luck.
So Tino's not here.
No, if you go upstairs and if you look around, yeah, you find upstairs everybody else, and I can move you up here, yeah. Oops, I moved the tub and everybody.
Well, you got to make sure he's in the tub first, Brent, so you
True.
can throw it around.
Yeah, there we go. All right.
Ron's gonna go up to Tina real quick. I remember a few days ago you talking about making water. Can you still do that?
Let me look at my character sheet.
I didn't.
Consult myself. Let me
If
consult.
you haven't done anything right since the long rest, yeah, I can still do it.
Salt myself.
Next time you come downstairs, can you fill up the bathtub with some cold water, please, for me?
There's some water in that barrel downstairs.
I don't know
Hold
if
on,
it's
I've been
enough.
filling it. Oh,
And I don't want to use the good water that we have.
But this
I know it
is
sounds
good
bad.
water too if I'm making it.
Just do it. No.
I don't want to waste the water we're paying for.
No, that water downstairs, I made it when we came like 2-3 days ago. That water will probably be more stale than the
Oh.
new water. So dump that water in
Okay.
the tub and I'll make new water tonight.
Thanks.
stale.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It'll feel more like wood. Got it.
If you need more, I can make more, but
I don't know.
Tina just looks at you like, what the fuck? Why are we going on about she'll say to you, why are we going on about baths? And like we're in a like desolate place where water is like gold. And you guys
Wait, we
want to
have
take
a bath?
downstairs? They took a tub downstairs. I don't know what they're doing. It looks gross, by the way. So that's gonna be like a slimy.
Torrin's done a good job cleaning it out with me, so
How
I
good a job.
appreciate him for that. Yeah, it's.
By the way,
It's not
it's in the
green.
middle of our meeting room. So whoever's naked in that tub, we can't go in the meeting room.
Who said he's gonna be naked?
Well, I mean,
Why would you take a bath with clothes on? That defeats the purpose.
it's a bath, though. It's worth the possibility.
You don't want to see Louis naked?
I no.
No.
Ew.
I'll make sure to tell him he's got to be naked. Got it. And Ron will head downstairs.
I mean, it's a bath. Why wouldn't he be naked?
Ron's gone.
Oh my! I'm so confused. What's
You got a
going
great point. Why
on?
wouldn't Louis be naked? That's a good question.
Yeah. How about if you just stay there? Don't mind me. You just see all you see is the light of my cigarette.
Tito
Do
starts
we have a
coughing
bath?
because her asthma. No, I'm just kidding.
So, alright. I'll run through this. Brad, do you want me to start my stuff now, or do you want to wait till they're done doing what they're doing?
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and see what everybody else is. Is anybody else doing anything worthwhile? Any other conversations? One to be had?
I'm going to that. I'm going 300 paces to that place Louis talked about and taking a look around.
That's right.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
aren't I supposed to go with you? Tina will go.
I think Torrin was going to go by himself first.
Yeah, I don't think Torrin
Fine.
mentioned anything. It's like, fine, all right. Yeah, Torrin, you walk down out where Louis was talking about. Roll me a survival. Roll me with advantage. He told you where to look, so.
Okay. Hey.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, you see the exact spot, the pushed up pine needles. You even see some of Louis' more stout but smaller foot tracks. You see everything I pretty much described. If you look around long enough, you see this X on this tree.
With the nat 20, the other footprints, can I identify, like, if I can identify Louis' footprints as dwarven, how do these other look?
Interesting. Good point. They look to be probably human. You'll get a sense. A bit larger. Not clawed or anything. Some other bigger humanoid. Not a halfling. Not a goblin. Not a gnome.
Okay.
Probably humanoid. You also note that it looks like these tracks have doubled back a few times. Like somebody's been here multiple times.
Okay. Nope. Getting that and making sure that there is nothing there that could ambush us. I will then go back and ask Tina to come with me to this spot.
Yeah, you look around and it's all quiet out here. You don't even hear really any wildlife per se. Maybe in the distance a few crows. But yeah.
We had a long rest, right? So I could change my spells. I don't know what's going on. I thought
We had a long rest before we
Before
went to the church.
Yeah.
and we didn't. I don't think I used anything at the camp. So I do.
The only time you would have used spells was against the thugs that tried to get Louis.
Okay, that's why I wasn't here for that. That's why I'm having a disconnect. Okay.
Yeah. That's the only thing we really had that would have, unless you did like an RP thing, but that's the only thing that we did that would have required spells.
True.
Okay. Yeah. No, I haven't used anything.
Theoretically,
Okay.
if you haven't done anything like RP wise, you should have everything.
Well, I don't want to change my spells now, because then that would feel like metagaming. It's okay, I'll just leave
Oh.
them. Yeah, Tini will come with you. Just look around, I guess. I don't think I have anything that can help us, though.
You come down along with Torin, and I guess Torin, maybe you would point out like the areas, and yeah, both of you stand here looking around in the tree line.
I could
Can-
get.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the problem is, there is a possibility that I can do, but definitely not at the moment. I would have to. There's a certain spell I would have to. A couple spells I'd have to find, and while we could possibly lay some kind of trap, I don't have the ability or to either one make the trap and two hide it from whoever's coming around here.
Can I have Ellie? You showed me the tracks, right, Torin?
I showed you the tracks and the tree with the X on it that it's by.
Can I have Ellie follow the tracks out 100 feet? Because that's how far she can go before I can't communicate with her anymore.
Sure. Yeah, Ellie goes ahead and sniffs the ground, and then hops and floats off. Yeah.
I'm gonna go into trance. I'm gonna sit in front of Torin and go into trance. I'm going in Ellie as she does it.
Got it. Through Ellie's eyes, yeah, you see she keeps up with a bunch of pine needle bed kind of movements that zigzag in between a few trees. Roll me a perception check. Ellie, roll me a perception
Ellie,
check.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. That's how. If you're going through her eyes, I guess it would be her perception or yours. I don't know.
I did it as Ellie. Yeah,
17 is
Ellie,
good
though.
enough. Ellie does know that there is a few more X's on some trees. Going down this slope, and it continues to go down into the point where you would not be able to track with Ellie. But it looks like it deviates away from the normal path down. But it continues to go down, and you would get a sense that at some point it has to meet the road.
Okay. How many trees with X's?
3.
3, and then in what direction is it going?
Right now, down. But if you think about it, it looks like this trail of X's leads up to the point where you and Torin are at.
No, I mean, so Ellie was following it. Was she going south, like towards the town, or north towards Drakkenheim?
It looks like it's going down towards the road, and this road is in between Drakkenheim and Emberwood, so it's hard to discern, with this little bit of information, exactly where it's going.
Oh, okay. So it's just heading to the road.
Yeah.
But where is the road located from the house, I guess?
Yeah, you guys, to get here, you guys take this overgrown road southward, I guess, quote unquote, and eventually there's like a kind of Z-shaped zigzag down a very steep slope that then comes to that ruined village where you guys fought those bandits. And then there is a trail that goes down to another zigzag back to the main road.
Okay, so, I'm so sorry, Brett. Is
No,
this
it's fine.
one is this going past the village, or is it bypassing the village, going like just straight to the road?
So, Emberwood is about 30 minutes or so,
Oh wait,
I believe.
no, I mean the abandoned village by our house.
Okay, yeah, it looked like it would pass that. Yeah.
Okay,
It would pass
so
that.
pass by it. Okay.
Yes. It just goes around it. It doesn't go through it, but it goes past it. It looks like, yeah, it does not go through that abandoned village. It just kind of goes around.
I'm officially naming that village Spoon Village, just so we know we're talking about that one from now on.
Excellent. Spoon Village.
Instead of the other one. Okay. I would call Ellie back, and I would get up and tell Torin this. There's more trees, 3 more trees with X's. It leads down to the path. The path that connects Drakkenheim and Emberwood. it goes past the village, our village, but I'm not sure where else after that. I don't see anything. We would have to go down there to follow it.
All right, it's good to be aware of this to start with. All right, that's it. Let's head back for now.
Torn, maybe we should search around here to see if there's any other X's on trees. Just in the perimeter of the house.
All right.
Can we do that together quickly?
Sure. Come on. Let's.
I'll give you guidance, and I'll help him.
Sure. Both. Go ahead and roll me. I'm gonna say perception.
And
you can roll with advantage since Tina was helping you.
Roll with advantage on perception, and then add a d4 for guidance. So the total of 20.
Okay, roll me a percentile.
Oh no,
8.
they're coming from everywhere.
You don't find any more X's, but you do find some other disturbances on the pine needle bed floor. Like on the outskirts of the ruined guild hall here, but that's it.
But is this disturbance fresh, Torin? Like, can you tell?
It looks about the same age as these tracks, a couple days, maybe a day or so older. It looks pretty new.
Okay.
And I'm so sorry, Brett. Okay, so I'm about to draw on your map. So let's say we have like us right here. Okay, so we're here, right? So are the tracks
hold
over
on.
here?
Oh, I see where you're drawing.
Or are they like here? And then where's the mess up in the pine grass?
So I'm gonna draw in blue, and so this is the front of the house, and the initial tracks you saw are here. And if you kind of do like a scope around, you find some more almost adjacent over in this area.
Oh wait,
so,
I can't see because I'm outside. Hold on, let me come outside so I can see.
And I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, like around here. There you
go. I'm sorry, Torrent. Can we keep looking? Can we make like a 360 around the house just to check if we see any other disturbances? I know it could be gnolls and other things, or it could have been us.
At this point, getting as much information about this is probably for the best, especially, and I know for a fact that whatever tracks made those X's wasn't gnolls.
Okay, so, Brett, I'm gonna, Ellie's with us too. We're gonna make a 360 around the house to the original.
We're gonna do
so,
a full,
like, just
full
like
patrol around the perimeter.
Back to here.
Got it. With your already rolls you have, I'm gonna say that this takes like a good 30 minutes or so, but you don't find any more. You just find these 2 sets. You don't find anything behind.
Okay. Let me draw my little diagram on.
All right then. All right, let's go back and start with Louie, but let's let the others know what we found.
Yeah, you guys come back, and just for simplicity's sake, is anybody doing anything upstairs around here? If not, I'm just gonna move everybody back down to the hideout.
Yeah, probably once all that's taken care of, like my servant spells would have expired by now.
yeah. So like, you see one of the pieces just collapses to the ground, like, and it was moving, and then it just falls. And all right, I'm gonna move everybody if nobody's doing anything else upstairs here. And put you guys here for 1 second, and then bada boom, and bada boom. All right, everybody's back. Excuse me, everybody's back together. At this point, let me ungroup you guys. Oh, wait a minute. Is Ron down here? Yes, okay. and you see Ron has kind of moved the tub up. You've taken the water from the barrels and I guess dumped it in at this point, and
Yeah.
yeah. You guys come down to see the rest of the party just watching Ron go and work here, just making a bath.
Is the tub actually clean? Like, did it actually get cleaned?
Sure. It is a lot cleaner. Here, I'll go ahead and
We
give,
worked very, very hard.
Oh my God.
Cleaner is different from clean. How clean? Because if it's clean, we should definitely take baths.
There's a cleaner tub with water in it, and
Tina is totally in the corner rolling her eyes at all of this. Like, you guys are ridiculous.
Seems kind of a waste, but you know.
How is
That's
it
what
a
I
waste to have?
said.
How is it a waste to have a bathtub?
I'm not dirty. Torin
We're
already.
all dirty.
We're literally in Drakkenheim where water is scarce. We're
And
only lucky
contaminated.
to have water because Kala and I can make it.
Which I'm very grateful for. And if we ever find ourselves in excess, I just want to take a bath.
We can make access. We all probably need water.
Do you want to take a bath in the clean water before Louis does?
I think Alice
Ew.
should.
Double dipping.
Alice
I
should do
mean-
it because you're going to meet what's his face later, aren't you? So you should take a bath. And then I guess if Louis doesn't
I don't care, Tina. It's fine.
No, I can wait.
Yeah. Whereas like
Take that one?
Body's like going through her bag. Here it is. Would you like some soap I made myself?
You see Alice's eyes just light up. Maybe. Wait. She's just pouting. We have excess because I don't want Tina yelling at me about it.
going anywhere tonight and we're staying here, we are going to have a lot of access. Hold up, let me look. It's 3. I look at the camera and I say 3 second level spell slots. That means I can make 40, 10, 20, 40, 60 gallons of water.
And that's math, kids.
It took about 50 to fill up the tub.
There should
where I
already.
need
There's also 2 of us.
Yeah, so I guess I would, because I think I only cast it once in the barrel, so there's only 20 gallon in there. So if you needed 2 more, I would have cast it again.
Yeah.
So that's 2 spell slots.
Yeah, we
Wait,
need
it's
between
also
50 and
first
60.
level, right? It's first level.
No, it's the second. Oh, the first level only makes 10 gallons. The second level makes 20
Oh,
gallons.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say
So, yeah.
20 more if you'd be willing.
Yeah, Tina would do that. So there's like, yeah, so I... Okay. I'll knock off a spell slot for that. For your baths. Tina's just like, this is ridiculous.
And Rod just looks at you and goes, I'll explain it later. So just
Okay.
Not gonna have any weird tentacles coming out of my body, am I wrong?
You.
I don't know
I mean,
when's
I
the last time you pricked their finger.
Yeah, I think that's something you need to tell us, Louis.
Oh wait, while we're on that topic, shouldn't we have somebody put their blood in the tree before we do this, so we know in an hour or so?
Isn't that what we was referencing?
Because we checked Torin last time. Torin's good.
Oh, you're right.
Anyone that's been
Because somebody else
scratched.
says.
Yeah, so anyone that's been scratched by a delirium creature or been near haze that feels like they need to be checked.
I mean, not since we had to save the free lunch people.
I had the mask on.
Alice, you're gonna hate me for saying this, but you did fall into that room.
Can I get a bath if I do it?
I told you to take a damn bath.
I don't care.
Everybody's standing in here.
Okay, so Tina will bring out the tray
Alright.
for you to put some blood in, and then I'll leave with my
Yeah,
sister.
Torin will leave.
All right, everybody kind of leaves. Yeah, you guys go
Yeah,
to the
fine, we don't
basement
have to, like-
area. And,
We give
yeah,
Alice her privacy.
I don't even
Got it.
care that it's cold, but yeah, I'll
I wish I had
but
some.
Tina
Final
would have
Fantasy.
to like prick my finger because Alice wouldn't be able to do it to herself.
Oh
And
yeah, I
I'll,
would do it. You
And I'll
can,
hand Alice a cake of soap.
somebody could heat metal the tub; it would warm it up.
Oh my god, I can have a warm bath.
Well,
I mean, I don't know
what
if we have that
is in the
spell
tub
yet.
metal
I will
or
let you know
ceramic?
that the heat metal will probably get it closer to boiling. You might need to wait a little bit, but
Yeah.
technically, yes, you can have a warm bath.
Well, is the tub metal,
The
Brent?
best day.
Roll me percentile.
Guys,
Actually,
why
yeah,
are we
that's
not
a
charging
great
for this
question.
service?
If it's 51 and higher, sure. It's like
If not,
Okay.
you can do it like on one of my spare daggers, and I can like pop it in and let it, you know.
We should definitely be charging for
no,
this.
it's not metal.
It's not metal.
No, it's ceramic.
Yeah, it's ceramic.
Well, I could put my dagger in there, and you could do it on the dagger, right? In the water.
Sure. And Ron, hand me your damn dagger.
She'll hand it to you happily, and she's just like sitting there, like shuffling side to side, biggest smile on her face.
Ron will put the dagger in the water and cast heat metal.
All right. A bit annoyed, like this is like completely contrary to what I'm trying to do, but sure, fine, fuck it. You can take a warm bath. Yeah. You throw the dagger in, it heats up. Eventually, it gets warm enough, and you like dissipate the spell. You pick, you let the dagger cool off. You take it out, and now you have a warm tub.
And Ron's gonna go into the room that Louie went into, and we'll discuss while she's in the bath.
Yeah,
Got
Alice is just, as soon as everyone's out, Alice is gonna
Alright.
strip so fast, throw it in, and just like, and she's gonna stay there until like she's told to get out.
When Ron comes in and closes the door quietly, Louis leans over to Ron and whispers, this is the first time I've seen her actually do something ladylike since I knew her. So,
You're welcome.
probably enjoys the normalcy of it.
Ron will look at you and go, so I have a few questions before we get started on all this.
Shoot. I'm trapped in here for 20 minutes, maybe 30 if she's feeling, I don't know, bored.
Okay, well, hopefully not 30 minutes, but we'll see. So, you know the memory, right? You know the memory that you want to recreate to be able to reconnect with your deity, right?
I think so. I've got one. I was talking to, you know what a forge priest is, Ron? No, okay. It's, I love that pick. It's a priest of the old gods. Cabinet. In the faith.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to him briefly when my father passed, and I don't know. I always wondered if there was if he was there. Not the priest, but
Yeah.
And I figured,
So,
you make things not there like you do with the poker chip. You find out. I don't know.
well, so I guess my question for you is, do you want to be aware that you're in a dream, or do you want the full effect and relive the entire experience as you did?
I want the truth more than anything. I asked some hard questions, and I didn't get anything satisfying out of it without. I'm not priest,
So-
Rob. I'm not. I mean, you're the closest thing I know to that. That's not part of the sacred flame like Tina and Kalina.
So, when you had this memory, did you ask those questions before, or are these questions in the present that you want to ask?
I asked some questions to that man, and he gave me the same hullabaloo that I suspect most holy folk do. Counseling a griever, but I didn't hear anything else. I just want to know if something else was there that he was hearing.
Alright. So, the way I'm going to do this is you're getting the full effect. If we're doing this, the only way you're going to get what you want out of it is to have the full effect of your memory. Okay.
I don't die. It's not that bad. I'm just gonna be sad for a bit, and I'll wake up and realize he's still dead.
Well, that's the kicker, is to get the full effect. You're not going to be able to just wake up immediately. Either I have to wake you up, or you're going to think about it like a command spell or something. You're going to have to make yourself even more aware.
Oh, you mean like when I jumped off the train?
It's essentially, except killing yourself, that was different. If you try to kill yourself in your memory, it may not end well. So I'm going to definitely advise against that part.
Gotcha. Alright. No killing.
So no killing yourself.
Noted.
So
Even the connotations of what he just said.
that's fine. It's going to take me a good minute to set everything up.
Are you gonna hear everything that's going on there?
Yes, but for most part, I won't be participating. This is you.
Okay, but Ron, I'm not, like I said, I'm not a priest. I don't have the senses that you might, like he did. I didn't hear a god. I just heard a man talking to me. That's why I need help.
Think of me as a guide. Well, think of me as a guide.
Okay.
I can't say, you have to do this, you have to do that. This is your experience. You're going to relive your experience. And whatever you took from that gave you your faith in the first place is what you're trying to regain. And that's what you need to focus on during this trip.
Okay.
So
Then,
right.
But like,
And
if you see and hear everything that I see and hear,
mm-hmm.
are you going to be able to see things I can't see because I'm so focused?
If something is presented to me in that manner, yes. And I can relay them to you out of the Fansuk once we're done.
Do you think the old gods are real, Ron?
Do I think they're real? What? Clarify. Are they beings? Absolutely.
Or like, I have, Sunday school or forge school or whatever you call it. And there's techniques and ways of doing things, but, little voices, not like Sacred Flame. And I don't hear things, but sure would be nice if they were real being here in Drakkenheim.
Well, are the beings real? Sorry. To that I would say yes. Are they gods? that's open to interpretation. You know, I have a recent memory of, you know, Haas, you know, my clan leader at the time before he passed, the one that we dug up out in the woods with old Zoya. You know, he took me a place and showed me where the gods, you know, originally came together and decided to start sharing their, you know, beliefs and gaining followers and stuff, and how they started about it. And you know, they were beings, but to classify as a god, again, that's open to interpretation. You know, do you think a god's an immortal being, or do you believe that they're just a being of great power, you know, that can be killed? Do you believe that there's you know, that they fight each other? That there's a lot of questions that can be asked to that. So I wouldn't look at it for you as, oh, it has to be a god. You know, look at it as a very powerful being that you can believe in, and that grants you the belief and abilities that you do have.
Do you think dying for them is good?
Uh-oh.
I can't answer that for you. For me, I would die for my patron as long as it's for the right reasons. If somebody just says, hey, you know, go die for your god, absolutely not. You know, there's more to it.
What if all you had was other people telling you what your god says?
Well, a belief is just that, a belief. Nobody can truly tell you what to believe. You know, they can guide you, they can lead you down a path, but at the end of the day, only you can believe what you believe. Just like nobody can grab your hammer and say, hey, you know, kill Kalina's cat. I mean, that would still be on you. You know, your actions and your beliefs are your own.
That's what I'm worried about. That's always mine. Alright. She's soaked enough.
And Ron will knock on the door, and Alice?
Yeah, that's your cue.
5 more minutes.
Oh, that girl. Buddy, get the dang tub.
Yeah. He'll do it though.
I put my hand down and cast Ray of Frost on the tub to cool it down. Just kidding.
Oh,
So everybody would just hear Alice scream.
Oh, sorry, I don't have Ray of Frost. I cast Ice Knife.
No.
All right. So yeah, you climb out, you know, dress back up,
Yeah.
and all that good stuff. And I don't know. I imagine maybe you let the others know, like, you know, who are outside, like, all right, I'm good. And everybody comes back in.
And Ron looks at Louis and says, all right, you don't have to be naked,
Good. Wasn't planning on it.
but, you know, I would suggest not soaking your leather armor and stuff, because you're going to be in there for a while.
Oh, yes, I better put my piece. And he,
Try not to get your gun wet, too. That might not be great.
You're familiar with proper firearm care, as he sets his pouch of bullets in his thing.
yeah, you never shut up about it.
Aw, Kalina, I didn't know you were listening.
Oh, thank God we don't have to see him naked.
Well, y'all said you didn't.
For you, it shows. I didn't know that it shows her token under the tub. That's hilarious. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
For me, it shows it on top.
It showed it on top for
Okay.
me too.
Oh, no,
But
it's under for
tracked.
me.
Tina, if you really want to see me naked, it's probably just coffee.
No,
You know?
no,
No.
no, no.
Also run away.
No, Tinu leaves.
I don't know how long this will take, so okay. And I never mind. I don't know.
I need about half an hour, so I'm gonna get started, and you can do what you need to do, and get in the tub as quickly as you can to make sure there's no issues.
Sure.
I also kind of poke her head out though, be like, "Do you need us out here too, Ron?"
And no, this one's just for him.
Okay.
And Ron will start drawing a circle, and
Sure. You start drawing circles. You put some, of course, cryptic ruins, and you spend the next 30 minutes preparing everything. In your mind, focusing in on those this ancient ritual. And let's go ahead and take like a 5. Let's take like a 10-minute real quick. And because
Cool.
I have a feeling this might take the rest of the session, we'll go ahead and see. So, but there's hopefully going to be a lot of interesting stuff to learn and a few surprises along the way. So we'll be right back.
Okay, I gotta go read something quick. Refresh my memory.
I'll be right back then. I'm gonna go get some food.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some chips or something.
All right. Let's see.
I'm here, Brian. I'm just eating, so I can stop eating when you're ready for me.
I am good. I am just waiting for everybody else. Yeah, we're gonna get rolling.
Don't forget to change your intermission screen and unmute all your
I
volumes.
know. I'm getting better. I did it this time. I did it this time.
Yay!
Good to go. Yeah, yeah. It was...
And yes, Brian, I know the bathtub wasn't meant for everybody to get a warm bath, but added some color
I love it.
to the scenario.
Yeah, why is it yellow now? Weird.
You have to ask her that.
Ew. Ew. So,
Rude.
apparently-
Absolutely
Ew, I'm
rude.
eating. I just realized what he meant.
Alice skipped
Ew.
manners classes.
Well, no, that's what you get for kicking me out of my bath early, man. I thought I had an hour.
Okay. It's I mean, you know, it is what it is. You know, actually that's how they used to tan leather, and I'm gonna end that sentence before it gets any grosser.
Louie.
I'm sorry, I can't, guys. It's late for me. Let's. I got my stuff for it, Brent. I'm ready. Help.
All right. Are we? Let's see here, Kalina. We're good. I think everybody else is back. I'll give a few more minutes here for Kalina. Okay, let me shut back up. All right. But in the meantime, yeah, all you guys are kind of just, I don't know, Colabado, you just chilling out here, sitting on the bench, just watching things go down.
Mm-hmm. So she is curious about any ritualized spells.
Got it. And Louis, you've stripped off all of your items that could be damaged. And yes, you stare at this pool here. Yeah, just give it a minute.
Oh, good. I'm behind the. Can you send the bathtub back to? Send it to back? I don't know.
Oh, you're in. It's for the back for you too.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, let me just. Can I move you to the front? Let's see here.
Even Louis just wanted to take a nice bath. I'm just saying.
Huh. I don't know. Does that fix it? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that fixed it for me too.
We really got to get a bathroom for this place, so that way we can put the bathtub there.
I mean, it's really going to surprise Louis when Ron jumps in there at the end.
Yeah.
I did suggest them to put it in the other room where the jail cell is, but they said they just like kind of was like, no, Tinu.
What if somebody steals our bathtub? You know?
True.
We're
Then we
pretty
hunt
much
them
going
down.
to sleep
I
right
don't
after.
understand. Tinu, this might be one of the most valuable things now in all of Emberwood, maybe even
I'm putting this
Drakkenheim.
in the castle
True.
when I get it, okay? I'm just saying.
All right, Lord of the Tubs. Let me.
Tina just looks at all of you guys like you guys are crazy.
All right. So, let's go ahead and do this. We have a lot to go ahead and cover and explore. All right. So I have this image to kind of kick things off, but you guys moved. I should have known you moved a bathtub, but we're gonna use this image anyway. All right. And here it is. Okie doke. All right. So, in the ruined bathtub, Louis lays down in this cool water. Ron makes sure that you're deep enough in the water just so your eyes, nose, and mouth kind of peeks out of the fluid. Ron, you begin reciting those ancient words. Words that have lost meaning in today's languages, but you know call upon ancient principles. Words that communicate a oneness among all things, in all places, in all times. Words that define creation and existence. Your chant hisses and clicks through your razor-sharp teeth. Louis, through the water, it's muffled. You can hear Ron repeat these refrains over and over until they kind of blend together in a hypnotic pattern. Your mind goes fuzzy, Louis. It's that feeling just before you fall into deep slumber. Your eyelids feel so heavy. Your consciousness feels like an object caught in the tides of your subconscious. As Ron whispers and repeats his words. These subconscious waves pull you deeper and deeper into the oceans of slumber. Before you close your eyes, you take one more look at Ron. He's blurry now, but you see a whitish light in his eyes, very similar to that ethereal energy he creates when he does this starry archer kind of form. This is the last thing you see before you close your eyes. Ron, you feel the roaming begin. You feel that feeling of oneness envelops you as you chant over and over again the ancient words. You watch Louis in the pool slipping into his unconsciousness. And as you do, you see the water in the tub begin to boil, as if a pot of water upon flame. The water radiates no heat. Nonetheless, the bubbles churn around his body, frothing and spilling onto the floor. The space around you and Loey suddenly seems to shrink and move into the distance, as if you were somehow being pulled away from everything. The ruined mining guild, Kolabadi, Torin, Kalina, the surrounding forests, Westamar itself, it all gets smaller and smaller. And you and Loey get further away. Loey's no longer in a tub, but laying on his back, quote unquote, just kind of suspended in air before you. As everything tangible fades into nothing, in the distance, as everything kind of fades away to nothing, you suddenly find the darkness around you light up into this white, unending void. You can feel a deep tone, a hum vibrating through you. Loey's eyes are still closed, although you can see eye movement under his eyelids. All of you who stand around and watch see this. The water's still churning. Suddenly, from some point in the distance of this white void, something approaches you. Another landscape. It gets bigger and bigger. You almost appear like you're falling towards it. It looks like a titanic mountain is careening towards you. And actually at this moment, Ron, I'm gonna need you to watch your channel in Discord because I'm gonna be sending
Yep.
you stuff here,
Okay.
and I'm about to send you something right now. I need you to answer this for me
Do you want me to end Discord or live?
in Discord. You can add it in Discord.
Got it.
And it looks like a titanic mountain is careening towards you, Ron. As this mountain comes into view, you see on this mountain are wide, flat cliffs that form kind of massive granite steps down the mountain. Many of these kind of cliffs or edges here are spacious enough to have objects and stuff on them. You see there's villas made of sturdy stone. Around the areas, a garden or goat pen, and even some other shed-like structures on these flat cliffs. The largest of these step cliffs are more of escarpments, like football field-sized flat plains, and they're filled with communal buildings decorated with religious motifs. Each of these areas are connected to others by a web of narrow footpaths, ladders, and lifts. All of these cliffs have tunnels that bore into the interior of this mountain, where you imagine there are even more sprawling complexes. This mountain floats to you, and then you gently land, and Loey floats gently to the ground. Oh, oops. Damn it, it's okay.
Did
Do
hit
you want to share
send?
the image?
Yeah, it's all good. It doesn't really matter in the big scheme of things, so it's okay. I sent it to Loey. I meant to send it to you. But there we go. There we go. To Ron. Okay. I sent that to you.
Got it.
All right.
Okay, cool. I understand what you mean.
Bet. Okay. Loey, you open your eyes and you find yourself laying on your back. You're looking up at the sky. You hear the familiar sound of wind streams against this granite mountain. You smell the goat pen. And you hear chimes. Chimes your Aunt Ava gave to your mother. They're jingling in the distance. You know that you're home. What do you do?
Am I aware that I'm dreaming, Ron, or is it more like I'm me? Now I've got my
So I had asked you and you didn't give me a clear response. So the situation I did pick is that you are aware that you're in a dream, and I am merely a guide. So.
Okay. And I'm assuming, and you can correct me on this, Brent, if you want, that we're seeing Glimmerhold in the distance.
No,
From my... No?
not in the distance.
Oh, okay.
You find
footsteps.
yourself actually on one of these flat cliff areas where your home and your villa is.
Oh.
You are home.
Home. Okay. Ron, don't know if you can hear me, but...
You look around, Louis, and you see Ron standing above you, looking down at you.
shouting distance or like immediately above?
He's
you?
like standing right next to you.
So that's my house.
Hmm.
You're just laying on your back, just talking.
Oh, I'll stand up.
Okay.
Do the chimes mean anything?
You take a look around and you see them hanging from your home. And do they mean anything? You tell me.
Oh no, this is a gift. This is just either a gesture of craftsmanship or something to be given between family on special occasions. So I'd say that it just marks that you're close to a nice way of knowing you're close to home. With the wind passing through the Glimmer Peaks, it's pretty easy to hear. Well, seems like it at least.
Yeah, you stand up, Loey, and you look around. Some of this is going to be definitely theater of the mind here. And just as in this image that I showed the group here, I imagine you laying on the floor on this footpath. And you look around. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You see your home as you remember it the day you found out your father, Jorik, died, Loey. Your mother told you down at your family's caravan depot, which is at the foothills of Glimmer Mountain. In the future, that depot would mysteriously burn down. There wasn't a trace of emotion on your mother's face when she told you. You remember coming back home to digest the news. You remember that pit feeling in your stomach and the questions floating in your mind. What next? Back then, you stared at the small family shrine in front of your home. Your father built it when you moved cliffside. It has several small headstones of various sizes, which you can see in this image. Dwarven faces are carved into them. Some of these face stones are more ancient than others. You know the faces in these stones are of your forefathers. You know your father, Jorik, carved the one of your grandfather, and your grandfather carved the one of his father, and so on, for 5 generations. The faces on the stones look at you. And suddenly you see the eyes of one of these stones blink. It's your grandfather's stone. It opens its stony mouth and it says, let's see here. What do I want to do? I'll just do this one here. Maybe it was his fault. He always had tunnel vision. Too into getting the traditions right. Trying to be the best stone in the wall, as they say. The fame could care less. He was blind to the world around him.
That didn't happen before. I don't remember grandfather.
We need to go deeper.
One of the other stones pipes up. It's the headstone of your your great grandfather. It says, "That's a load of crap. Jorik had eagle eyes. Could tell you if you were about to put a blade on him just by how you were breathing. Gold-bound trades is the securest because he'd put a bolt between your eyes if you tried him on the roads. Even the Ironhelms respected it. It was someone he trusted.
Something ain't right.
The headstone of your great-great-grandfather opens its stony mouth and says,
He must have forgotten the ritual, eh? The ones the rangers do when they hit the roads. Iron at the back and a light ahead.
and Loey, you know he's referring to this ritual to Gayabne. Whenever a miner or a trader or a scout on the road goes somewhere in order to pray for safe passage in a prosperous haul, dwarves would sprinkle crushed iron dust on themselves, throw it over their shoulder, then burn the tip of their left ring finger, showing a devotion to the god.
Forget? I've forgotten things. Everyone forgets things, right, Ron?
That's why we're here.
And yes, Loey, this obviously didn't happen back at home
No,
all those years ago.
it just raises more questions. And you're hearing them, right, Ron?
Yes, we'll find you your answers. No worries.
Right. Okay. I guess I go inside. Good day to you all. Gobney, honor you, as Louis looks to the headstones and nods to each of them.
Your great-grandfather says,
Keep the faith.
no. I'm sorry, that's great-grandfather. He says,
Keep the faith, Louis. Keep it close.
your grandfather goes,
Bah. The coin. That's the faith.
and they just look at you as you wander away from them.
Oh boy. Guess I see where Belva got hit. That's not me doing it. Ron, am I going mad?
No, but your question is relevant.
Shit. We're gonna go inside.
You walk up to your family home, and you go to grab the door, and as you do, your hand goes through it. You see tendrils of vapor kind of come off of your hand as you pull it away.
Why can't I go in my house, Ron?
Just walk through.
Okay,
Or float through.
Loey attempts to walk through the door again.
You walk into this vapor, and when you blink, you find yourself standing right back in front of the door. The vapor just kind of molds itself back to its state, presenting you the front of the house.
Can I do something else here?
Ron looks over at you. So I take it. The memory you're looking for didn't happen necessarily inside. Is there somewhere else, a stable, a workshop?
Did I
Somewhere
already?
else?
Did I already go to the shrine and talk to the priest, Brent? Or that hasn't happened yet? Where I am right now.
You think, and roll me an insight.
Sure. Trying to remember where I'm supposed to go. Actually, I'm going to use my inspiration on that. Reroll.
Okay.
I will. Yeah, I'll take the 9.
It's not coming to you. You're not sure, but you know you did speak to the Fane at some point. For some reason, it's just slippery right now.
I don't remember, Ron. Maybe I gotta go talk to those statues? It's been forever.
No, we're looking for a location, not necessarily for somebody to talk to.
Well, I guess I could go to the Fane of Gabney, but that's in Glimmerhold proper.
A goat neighs in your general direction.
Can I try to leave?
Where do you go?
Where's the main town for Glimmerhold?
So you know these as cliffside, quote-unquote, properties, and most of the Glimmerdorves live in the mountain. Those who have prestige among the community, generally those who own businesses, are gifted these cliffside manors. So there's tunnels that lead into the mountain itself. You look to your left, and you see that there's a footpath that leads to a passage.
There. That way. That'll take us to the Fane.
You say Gabney is a forge god, correct?
Aye. And
Where's your forge?
That'll be inside. No, that'll be outside.
Roll me an insight with advantage.
Look at Ron helping me out. 17.
You know that most families that have at least some type of wealth and a home, they keep a forge and a small personal forge. It's generally promoted upon the dwarves of Glimmer for families to make their own items, silverware, spoons, weapons, or tools, all that type of stuff. You would remember your father having a workshop and a forge inside of it.
Oh, that'll be somewhere around here.
You know where it's at. You look across the way, once again kind of just looking at this general image, and maybe it's one of these buildings here that's not close to the main villa.
That one. Come on. Let's see if we got... Go somewhere specific.
As you walk, you see that your foot hits the ground, and every time it does, there's like a poof of this vapor under your foot. If you dig your toe into it hard enough, you see your foot slips into the ground. But regardless, you walk over to the workshop. You open the door. And in an instant, before you can do anything else, you see that you're just standing inside of it, along with Ron. 1 second. Let me show you guys another image. Everything is as your father left it before he took his fatal expedition. It's slightly cluttered, but everything has its place. There's a small forge you see kind of towards the back. And you see mounted on the walls are several items Jorg collected during his travels. You remember you and your sister as children coming here when father was home, and he would spend time explaining where he found each of these items. Loie, you remember asking your father once, did he ever have to kill someone? And after looking at you for a long minute, he simply responded, yes, many. Since you manned the roads yourself for some time after Jorg passed, maybe this simple response makes more sense. On a work table near the small forge is a clutter of items. You remember coming in here and poking around, trying to grasp some recent information about your father's passing. You looked at several things in here, but 3 things on Jorik's work table you looked at and came to your mind. A ledger, a wooden box, and a knocked over glass jar. What do you do here?
I think his notes will be in the book. So I guess the first thing I do is go for the book.
You walk over to the work table and you see there's this large leather-bound ledger. In a corner next to a candle is the wooden box, maybe about a foot in length in all dimensions. There's no lock on it, just a simple clasp. And lastly, on the opposite corner, you see this knocked over glass jar. Half of its contents is spilled down on the ground. But before you think of anything else, you hear a sound coming from the forge. It sounds like somber chanting and the clank of metal on metal. Like a hammer hitting an anvil. It's faint, but like its reverberations are kind of really far away. With that extra bit of information, do you do anything else, or do you continue to look at this ledger?
I look over at the forge and then back to trying to read the book.
You know this to be one of many ledgers your father kept of his work. He would fill up one binder and get another. You open it and see logs of past caravan travels he performed. Everything from whose cargo was being transported, weight, duration, cost, payment to the men that worked under him, IOUs, you name it. Your father was meticulous in his work, and you note that he always kept a balanced book. At the end of each job, you note revenue, profit, and a percentage of coin given to the thane. As you flip through, you come to the last page that has an entry. You note that the last job wasn't escorting goods to a post, but something else. It says at the top of this page, Expedition, Great Hall, Point near Hilik. Below this title, you see a list of dwarven names. Rangers you would know that worked with your father consistently. You know your Uncle Janus is on the list. You remember him as being less devout than your father, and in good jest he would poke fun at Jorik's antiquated ways, but he also treated you with respect. He avoided your mother, though. You knew they didn't get along. You know Jorik and Belva actually had a arranged marriage, one done to unite 2 smaller clans for better prospects. You remember overhearing in conversations more than once Janus complaining that Belva's family seemed to want all the rewards of the Goldbound's hard work without doing too much, and seemed more interested in cozying up to the thane. Your father would let Janus rant about this stuff, but wouldn't ever say anything bad about Belva. His famous saying in these moments was, "It is what it is, and that's what it will be." You also remember Janus was an excellent cook. He made a mean gumbo. But back to this ledger. On the last page, it lists dwarven rangers that was supposed to accompany your father. 16 of them. You know 8 names are struck out, but 8 names remain. You see Anders Hilchen, Werner, Oakenmail, Tuvas, Drakeview, Lasthiel, Silverstone, Brynwyn, Orkbleeder, and you see Yanis Goldbound, and then, lastly, you see your own name, Loey. Next to your name, and you see the word training. Sorry, it's not supposed to be 8. It's supposed to be, I guess, 6. You get the point.
Mhm.
Wait, no. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. My bad. Back at the time when you looked at this, it didn't mean much, but now you feel a memory in the back of your mind, like something important, but you just can't recall it. When you close the book, you see on the table, this paper must have been under the book, there is a folded piece of parchment paper.
I'll open it. Take a look.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and share something only with you in the journal here. It shall come up as Bell of a Letter, and let me see here. If you open the image and scroll down, I put the text in there because it is kind of hard to read. But you see this letter.
Starts reading it. Ron, you see Loey has a concerned look on his face.
Well, I don't think this is the memory, but what did you find?
So should I read it? I don't remember reading this before. It's from my father, from Belva, about the last trip where he died. I think. It says, "Husband, I've insured the wagons packed with all the necessity gear for your travels. The trip's important, so take care, beloved. I know you hesitate to be pulled off the trader out for this, but discovering a lost section of Great Hall is worth more than any coin made on the roads. You'll bring honor to our name. The fame may even move us to the flatlands, high up on Glimmer. I know your heart's not in these kind. And I do think this is Gabney's calling." He blinks at that. "Regardless, thank you for listening to my counsel. A few other things of note. I know you planned on bringing a regular crew. It shouldn't be necessary. Dwarves from the west will be meeting you halfway in Westamar, outside Drakkenheim. When I spoke with them last, he said they would have supplies to make it to Heilig, to resupply you for the trip back. Relying on them would cut our costs and keep more rangers on the roads. Let's say, bring fewer, maybe half. And there's Lowy. Talked about this at length. I'm asking you, I'm begging you, don't take him with you. Not sure he's ready. Could use the time you're away to make sure he learns his accounting. And he's shite at math. Glad I spent the time fixing his work. Thanks. This is the last time I'll ask, because I know it riles you up. I already packed your ointments. 8 jars. What jars? Fudge ointments. May the roads treat you well." And then my mother, Bilva, signed it at the bottom. And he holds it up to be free to see, Ron.
Sure, I'll share it with Ron.
Sure. I didn't go with him on this trip, and he died. Why are those names? Dude.
So, Ron's gonna look back at the forge. Like, well, I think something else in here was given a sign. If you wanna take that with you, I don't know if they'll stick with you this time, like your poker chip, but
I try. Sure. He's gonna stuff that in his pocket.
Got it.
It's in her hand, right?
and
Yes, it is in her handwriting.
is the forge making any noises or anything?
You look towards it, you still hear this echoing chant and this clanking of an anvil hammer.
The bottle, can I smell it?
You look at this bottle and it looks like a jar that has remains of like distilled animal fat. Essentially, it's an oil. You know your father would take some of this oil on his trip to perform that ritual with throwing iron powder over his shoulder. This oil is used to mark a symbol on the forehead, and then you place some on the tip of the left ring finger, light it on fire, and say this ritual prayer. You do a double take, and you notice on the floor, and you remember noticing this in real life, those years ago, half of this oil is kind of spilled out on the floor, and you see a rat laying in its mess. Its snout is covered in this oil. You see it's lying on its side, but you can see it's alive. You can see little movements of it breathing, but it doesn't move. It just lays there.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
You got the detect poison spell.
No, but touch it.
Okay, he'll stick his finger in it. Get it between his.
You dip your finger in the remaining oil. It's oiling on your finger.
Does he feel anything?
Nothing happens. You smell it. It just smells like, the residue of like maybe an animal fat.
Nothing. Why is that rat dead then?
It's not dead. You see it's alive and it's shallowly breathing. It's just laying there, looking at you. It's black beady eyes.
Remember, we're in a memory. Time, all that is different, so you doing this before, you may remember the rat being in that one spot.
Can I keep this too? Ron?
I don't know if you can take it out with you. I would say that we might want to press on if there's anything else you want to check.
Right, he puts the bottle back.
Sure. And, just to be aware, I know that we got about an hour left here. If we don't finish it, we'll finish it next time. So don't feel pressured to,
No worries. Ron would, too, try to keep him on track, and I was more trying to see the result of him touching the oil.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, you put the jar back, and, you look at the rat on the ground, just looking at you.
Don't touch the rat, but I'll open the box, see what's in it.
You remember opening this box. You do so, and inside, you see what looks like a bunch of small wooden effigies of Gaebne, each carved by a small knife in a varying detail. You know now that there is a ritual some rangers partake in on the roads. They carve a small statue of the old smith out of some wood they find. depending on how long the trip is and how busy things are on the road, determines how detailed these small effigies are. Your father would do this on his travels. One on the top of the pile of these small figures sticks out to you. It looks about 2/3 finished.
He
If you're
picks it up.
talking, I can't hear you. Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Yeah,
he stares at it for a second and picks it up.
you pick it up, and when you do, you know that there is some burgundy-colored stain on one side of it. You remember looking at this and thinking it's strange.
You gonna talk to me too?
You just look at it and stare into its black eyes, and it doesn't say anything.
Ron, is this blood?
He holds his hand out to take it from you.
He'll hand you the idol.
Yeah, you look at it, roll me a medicine.
Since I'm very familiar with the taste of blood, if I lick it, will it give me advantage?
Sure.
$11. Didn't help that much.
But yeah, higher than you know, it's blood. Dried.
So I relay. Yes.
This stinks, Ron. All of this.
I don't know what to tell you.
You hear that pounding?
What, on the forge?
I thought it was my head. Is that where that's coming from?
Yeah. And when you're ready to go deeper and see the next part of your memory, let me know. And we can go.
He's gonna walk over to the forge.
You walk over to this forge and take a look over it. Let's see here. You know the sound seems to be coming from the coal port at the bottom. You bend down and take a look into this dark portal. The sound is louder. Instead of seeing a bunch of coal, you see an interior space that is definitely larger inside there than it should be. It looks like a landing in a cave, and you see rocky steps spiraling down somewhere.
I wasn't there before. Come on, Ron.
You ready?
I'm gonna find answers. Killed my father. You'll be down there.
I'm right with you. Let's go.
And Ron, with a thought, or you could let Louis climb into the coal port, it's up to you.
I was gonna let him climb in.
Alright. Ron just gestures.
Covered in coal dust.
You squeeze your way into this port, and like I said, the interior is definitely bigger than the exterior. And Ron, you're instantly there, standing next to him. Before you can even get up, you find yourself walking down the spiral stone case. Ron is close behind. The sound of chanting gets louder and louder as you go ahead here and you descend. The dry air warms until you can see the heat waving in the air. You're certain this is Glimmer Mountain. Without warning, the steps empty out into what looks like a massive tunnel bored through the heart of Glimmer Mountain. Across the dusty and cracked floor are countless adamantine statues of dwarves, all facing a single direction down the tunnel. If you get close, you see their arms are crossed on their chest and they hold various items in their hands. Hammers, picks, and so on. Their eyes are closed, faces are severe, as if at any moment they could awaken from some deep slumber. This army continues down the tunnel in both directions. In one direction down the tunnel is darkness. In the other, you can see ambient light and a warm glow. The chanting seems to be coming from that direction. And I'm going to send Ron something here.
Ron will look at Louie and go, just remember, all this has already happened. So, it's gonna seem more and more real the deeper we go. So just remember.
I can't kill her, can I, Ron?
You can't what?
I can't kill her, can I? No, here.
If it didn't happen before, you know, remember, this is your memory, not mine. You know what happened.
You know.
You look down this passage towards the light, towards where the sounds are coming from. I mean, you know this place to be the Great Hall, Louis. It's probably the most sacred places of the Glimmer Dwarves. When a leader or respected member of the Dwarven clan passes, their remains are entombed in adamantine statues, and said to be posted on watch in this tunnel. You've been to the Great Hall twice. Once, when your father Jork was entombed here, and then in the future, when the Fane blessed the business between your family and the bank.
Keep going.
You walk towards the light.
Yep.
You die. No, I'm joking. All right.
Oh, shit.
Okay, game over. And check the channel, Ron.
Yeah, I was sending you a PM real quick.
Got it. Sure, go for it.
Maybe.
Secret tunnel.
There.
Okay.
And yeah.
I don't say anything. I just keep guiding with him.
Got it. I still need an answer though from the screenshot I sent you.
Oh, redo that.
Got it. Okay. You guys begin walking down towards the light. The walls have elaborate relief carvings of dwarves walking in one direction, following a dwarf that has its hammer pointed at some floating object that looks like a star. The oldest of legends say the Great Hall stretches thousands of kilometers underground, going under the Western Ocean back to the Dwarven homeland, the place where the Iron Helms and the Glimmer originated. Tales say no one living, and for the past 1,000 years or so, has traveled the entire length of this tunnel. There are countless dead ends, traps, and rumored guardians. There's also the other problem of collapsed passages from earthquakes over the millennia, and exposed places that have been looted. As you walk, suddenly, you appear within a few dozen feet of a group of dwarves around a statue. You recognize your family, and the Thane. The chanting is coming from your family. The Thane is in some ceremonial garb, and his face is obstructed by an iron mask. In front of him is an anvil, and he bangs on it as the family chants.
Oh no. I forgot about this.
You remember this being the funeral of your father.
I was late. I'd seen everything. And they were both there.
Both who?
My uncle, Giannis, my mother, Elva, my sister, Clara, my cousin. I was daydreaming outside, thinking about things. I lost track of time.
The chanting stops. The Thane stops hammering on the anvil. You see in unison the shadows of all of your family and the Thane look in your direction as you're just a few feet away.
Oh, this changes, does it, Ron?
No, doesn't change.
I hate tradition. Ah, sorry, Mom. I'm here.
As you say that, and your voice echoes down the passage, you see the crowd of your family and extended family looking at you sadly but hopeful. Then they all seem to melt into the shadows and vanish. And the following people are the only people who are left. But before I tell you this list of people, you know your memories are confused here at this point. You know that your uncle, Yanis, was not here, but his wife was.
Ava. Or Eva.
Yes. Also, you see remaining standing here is Clara, Belva, and the Thane. And of course, Ava Goldbound. You remember speaking to each of them.
Did I miss the ceremony? He says to the group.
They all just stare at you. You do know Ava reacts. Pleading, she gestures for you to come closer to her.
He sighs and, like, with a wary look at the Thane, will come towards Ava.
You see she's a thin dwarf. She looks gaunt, like she has been sleeping in days. Black hair and a long braid. Louis! Please, tell me what you saw, she says.
What do you mean?
She looks at you confused. Yanis told me you were to go. He couldn't wait to travel with you. Your mother's acting like she doesn't know what I'm talking about. Now where you are. Why does she want to keep from me how my husband died? They brought back no body, but Jorg is here. Please tell me. What happened?
But my father died. This is my father's. What do you mean? Wait, this doesn't make sense.
Jorix, this is his funeral. Are you mad? But Yanis, he didn't return. What happened to him? Tell me! She like grabs your cloak. She begins like shaking you.
Ron, I can't change any of this, can I?
What are you trying to change?
The truth?
The truth is the memory itself. You can't change a memory.
You note that Ava is like not even. It's like Ron is not even there. And even when you talk with him, she does not change her disposition or react to it. She just shakes you. You were there! What happened?
I wasn't there, Ava. Mother had me stay home.
I see. She hangs her head. You see she moves away from you in despair.
I look over at Clara with an expression.
She looks at you, and before you can even move over to her, in an instant you're standing right in front of her. You see there's tears in her eyes, and she says, "What now, Louis?"
I got words, but you'll have to ask Mom. She's the head now.
You remember talking to her about this. You see she shakes her head. I haven't even seen Mother shed a single tear. She never cared.
Doesn't mean that I don't, Clara.
You see a look of resolution come over her face. One day we're gonna make it right. Right?
For the ones that live, maybe. Don't know what we can do for that.
You see she crosses her arms holding herself, and she just looks down away from you.
I'll turn to my mother, Belva.
She looks at you stoically. She says, "Your father's intuition was always better than most. Maybe Gabney told him to keep you home while he went. And that's why you're alive now."
Takes a long breath and sighs. I can't change anything. You're a clan head. No matter what I say, it'll just cause more people harm. You saddle me with your debts. Lies.
She nods at you. You're not even sure, like in this dream state, she understood what you said to her. But she puts her hand on your shoulder. "Loie, we must keep the Goldbound's work alive. We must make it better than before. Show the outsiders that the gold bounds will persist.
Is Yorick... Sorry. Is Giannis dead? Is he coming home?
She shakes her head. You get a sense that she's indicating he's dead, but she doesn't give you a response.
You have to tell Musk's mom.
You remember her saying this to you. They're all dead, Loie. They're all dead.
See, Musk asked for that doesn't make sense. He was there at the tree. His son,
Don't think about it too hard. He went with your father on the expedition. I'm sure he defended the Goldbound's name and their honor well.
Who did you send out to me? What were their names? This clan dwarves from the west.
You see, she blinks. And she says a name to you, but you hear nothing. It's like somebody just muted her.
Ron?
Yes.
I didn't hear a damn... I want that name. What did she say?
Did you ask her the name the first time?
No.
She can't ask questions or she can't answer questions you didn't ask before.
I lied for that.
And again, this is your memory. So if you don't know the answer, she can't tell you.
I feel cheap. I feel cheated.
Your mother walks away from you, just hanging her head. She goes over to Ava and consoles her.
I'll look over at the thing.
He looks at you. You see blue eyes through the holes of this iron mask. From the anvil, he lifts up a metal disc attached to a chain necklace, and he gestures a hand towards you, beckoning you forward.
What more do you want from me? I already gave you my life.
He lifts up the disc, showing it to you. You see it has stamped on it a multi-pointed star. The Thane silently puts the necklace around the neck of this adamantine statue of your father, Jorik. Then, from a bag, he grabs a handful of iron dust and throws it over the shoulders of this statue. He pulls out a small jar of oil, dips his finger in it, makes a mark on his forehead, whispers some rites, and then you see his finger ignites on fire.
You want words now, do you?
He looks at you, and through this mask he says,
Is there something you would like to say to your blood about your father? Or are you the non-believer I always suspected?
You don't remember him saying this to you in person, but you remember him asking you to address your family.
Aye, I got words. Overblown fucking windsack.
Gaibne will be ashamed of you to speak such a way to the Thane.
I don't give two shites about what you care and don't care about.
And maybe that's why your father perished. It takes a family of faith to carry the blood through the generations to come.
Everything's gonna die in the future. There's nothing you can do about it. I've seen it. He showed me, and he points up at Ron.
The Thane doesn't look in that direction. Doesn't even seem to like detect he's there.
Then tell your family how you really feel. Louis.
He looks down, turn around, and look at the rest of his family.
You see your immediate family and of course Ava and stuff still standing there. They're all looking at you.
What though the radiance, which was once so bright, be now forever taken from my sight? Though nothing can bring that hour back of splendor in ground, glory, in the crack. We will not grieve, rather find strength for what remains behind. Don't worry, Mother. Stole those words too. Some fucking poet.
Stone on stone, brick on brick, blood on blood.
The Thane says. He then places his hammer on the anvil. You see he looks at you.
Whether you like it or not, you must follow the star of Gaibne and continue to build what your forefathers have.
So I can end up here, dead, waiting, forgotten.
None are forgotten. You must have not been listening to the legends in your childhood. The dwarves have fled down the Great Hall many times to avoid the sorcerers above. And when they did, our forefathers came alive and protected us. Gaibne granted us these powers. Your disrespect disgusts me. The only thing left, Loey, is for you to take your words to Gaebne himself, to the light. He knows the truth, whether you believe or not.
You see he gestures down the tunnel, where you see that there's a light emanating. Ron,
Yes.
while you're watching this, you see above Belva a spotlight and a small miniature version of her cowering in this spotlight as if she's afraid to be revealed. You see above Clara a small miniature version of her, lost in mist, unsure where to go. You see above Ava, there's a small depiction of a dwarf that must be her husband. You see it fades into just a black outline, a silhouette. Above the Thane, you see a shattering of what looks to be a hammer. Gaibne's hammer, crumbling to the ground.
Ava is his aunt, correct?
Correct, yes.
I look at Lowy.
Ron, he looks pissed.
Fair. Fair.
His eyes are red, and he's staring up at you like he wants to hit something.
He looks over at you. Is Ava afraid of her husband for a reason?
No. Eva loved Yana. Didn't she?
You know that's true, Loey. She hated when he went on the roads and went away, always wondering if something bad would happen to him.
She's afraid. More so than my mother ever was for my father. But Yorick was always the outgoing type. He seemed the grand hero. Giannis was good. Wasn't the leader. Maybe he is now. I don't think so. Why?
Curious.
Just wondering. Just wondering.
Ron, I don't want to go over that. Like,
We need to. It's what you asked for. I'm here to guide you. I didn't say this would be easy. Didn't say it'd make you happy.
I can't change anything with what I know.
Like I told you before we started this, you're not here to change it. You're here to reconnect to Gibney. Sorry. This is the path you took the first time to gain your faith. If you want to rekindle that faith, we have to finish this quest.
Alright.
It's not going to get easier.
No. It's not like you could impress me anyways. My father's dead, Han's dead, and everything's fucking going to hell. What more can that damn god take from me other than my... Oh no. That's a fucking bang.
Do you ready to go down tunnel, or do you want to talk to anybody else?
I look at Clara.
You instantly appear in front of her. She looks at you.
I'm sorry.
She nods and says, I'm sorry too.
I should have believed you.
She just smiles and stares at you, almost blankly.
Okay, let's just go around. And he turns around towards the light.
You begin walking in that direction once again before you take many steps. You find yourself way down the tunnel past the funeral. The light's brilliance grows, making you squint, Loey. At one point, the light is so bright you have to close your eyes. When you do, you feel the warmth of the Great Hall disappear. You open your eyes to see yourself standing in the tunnel, but a couple feet before you, the tunnel suddenly ends and drops off into a sea of this tumultuous cloud. Drifting in this fog, you see huge moats of shattered land floating around, drifting on nothing. Some of these moats of land breaches the cloud formations and float into view, while others are kind of swallowed by their vapors. On each of these moats, you see scenes. On one moat that is defying physics, floating upside down, you see a road nestled by trees. Your father's caravan slowly travels on it. The caravan is pulled by horses. Steering the wagon, you see is Yanis. And sitting next to him is your father, Jorek. Show these guys. On the ground are some other dwarves. And you see yourself, you, walking with them. Although you look younger. On another moat of land, you see the caravan stop near a river where horses drink. You sit on the wagon next to your father, while Yanis jokes and laughs with the other dwarves. On another moat, suspended sideways, you see the interior of a tavern, where you see all of you are sitting at a large table drinking. But also sitting at this table are two other dwarves. Both are female, and both are dressed in like travel gear for like cold weather. One looks like this. And the other looks like this. Both of these female dwarves sit at the table. A map is on the table, and these two women are serious, pointing at locations on the map. You sit next to your father listening. Then, another massive moat floats by. It hums with kinetic energy. On it, you see a rocky coastline, and nearby, tall, sheer cliffs. You see the caravan, and nearby is your father, Yanis, and these other dwarves, and yourself. You all sit around a campfire, dressed for the cold weather. Not too far away is another wagon, and these two female dwarves are near it. With them looks to be a small group of others, humans. They have their own campfire. This moat of land is tipped in your direction. Loey, as you look at all this, you remember none of it. It all seems alien. The worst drunken blackout ever. But, as you stare at it longer, it tickles something in the back of your mind. Faint recognition of this. It's maddening. It seems familiar, but not. At the edge of this tunnel, you look at this moat that seems to sit in front of you, maybe a couple 100 feet away. I'm gonna send you something, Ron.
Got it.
Both of you stand looking out towards this stuff.
Ron, that doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean?
I wasn't here for any of this. My father and Giannis look so young. That's them there in the cart.
You said we don't see... Well, you said we saw the younger version of himself, correct?
Yeah.
You said you weren't here, but there's a younger version of you, and... Are you sure you weren't here?
No. I don't remember it. It's like there's an itch and I can't scratch it. Mind. I mean,
So
that's my father, my uncle, and that's Nembra, and that's my mother.
No, your mother's not there. Your mother's not there. Don't get that twisted.
Oh, the picture looked just like...
Oh, no. This is two other female dwarves. And their names are stated there. No, your mother... Yeah, let's be clear. Your mother's not there. Yeah.
Not Vilma. Got it.
But you also see a group of other dwarves sitting there, too. About 6 of them. Five or six of them.
When she's in that group, my mother?
So there's a camp with your father, Jorik, Yanis, your uncle, you, and then what looks to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm sorry, 5 other dwarves, all dressed in winter gear. They're all sitting near this caravan that's at this coastline with a cliff and then an ocean. They're all sitting around this fire. Then, separately, they're nearby, not too far. There's another small wagon, and then there's these 2 dwarves and a bunch of other human guys. They're looking almost like mercenaries.
Well, then, that's Nembra, and I have no idea who that is. I wasn't here.
Where were you?
How old do I look?
You look back then, maybe what would I put, 76? I mean, like, I guess in human terms, you know, like in your 20s, you know?
Hmm. Oh, right, okay. So it's the same. I was at home, waiting for my father to come back. With Clara. I didn't go. Did I go?
When you say that, you know one of these other motes in the distance that just shatters to pieces and floats away.
So I'm thinking of a moat as in like a moat around a castle.
Oh, I'm
What am
sorry.
I-
I'm
It's okay.
MOTE, like an island of land, floating land. Think of like, I don't know, like
Okay.
float. Yeah, that's what I'm
Gotcha.
talking about.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Sorry. It's just like, okay, a body of water exploded. Not following. All right. So one of them just shattered, you said?
Yeah, it just disintegrates into pieces. The big one, with you guys sitting at this coast with this cliff, is still there, hanging out.
Ron looks hesitantly at Maui.
Was there?
If you weren't here, something's not as it should be.
What if I was here? If I was here, I'd remember it, right?
Well, is there a chance you've lost this memory, or you're now remembering bits and pieces of it?
Wouldn't I have to have gotten hurt?
Well,
Who hurt me?
in the last part, people were saying that you were there, didn't they? Asking how they died. They're asking you that information. Wouldn't you? How would you know if you weren't there?
Ava kept saying it. He seemed insistent. But I don't remember being there, but she wouldn't lie to me, not like Belleville.
Can I make another perception check, Brent, just to kind of see if anything else is
Sure.
not the par? 19.
You see behind you is the black passage deeper back into the tunnel. You still feel what I described to you earlier.
Does it look familiar to me?
It doesn't look familiar, but it feels familiar.
Gotcha. Okay.
So wait, if I left Da and Yarick, and I came with the trip. Others said we were going to find the Great Hall and that there will be riches. Maybe I hid, stored away somewhere. Find me. Is that here? Look about. Is that in this memory, Brent, or am I just talking to them happily as if I was meant to be there?
You look and it looks like you feel like you were meant to be there. Yeah, I mean, looking at this scene before you. But you're absolutely right in to be very disturbed by, as a character, you don't recall any of this at all.
That moat that exploded. Let's go look at that, because that shouldn't be happening if it's a normal memory.
It's already gone. It's floated away. The pieces, the small fragments.
Oh, okay.
What was there?
The caravan, the tavern, sideways, with you guys sitting around it with these two dwarves. And as you think about it, it suddenly seems to just slip from your mind. Like what you were thinking about just disappears. Like you were, like in normal life, you're talking about something and then you like just can't recall that name, that thing. It feels like that suddenly thinking about what you just saw.
So something was there and now you don't remember it.
I can't remember what was there. You're right.
So
Maybe not all of this is real. Not all of this is true. But some of it is.
or all of it is, and you're only remembering pieces. But I think you, me, we need to figure out what here is real in regards to where you actually hear.
Can I try to look at my uncle and my dad and talk to them?
When you look in that direction, across this floating moat, you suddenly feel yourself lift off the ground and begin floating in that direction.
Oh! Okay.
Just by thinking about it, you just move there. It doesn't even feel like flying. It's just like hovering, just directly in that area. All right, guys, I know we're running up towards the end of this session. If you need to go, I understand, because this is recorded, but if I can get like 10, 15 more minutes here to set the stage for what's going to happen next session. And I'm sorry again that these expositions are quite long, but I hope you guys trust me enough to know that it's worth it. And everybody's going to get their moment. Everybody's going to get their moment, So, yeah. Let's see here. All right. Let me do this. And bam. And bam. And I might as well just go ahead and do this now. You float with Ron, like I stated, in that direction. The size of this moat grows until it dominates everything around. The sky is cloudy. It looks to be very early morning. Yes, excuse me. And it looks to be very early morning, dawn. The moon sits low, and the stars are faint against the coming sun that is just on the horizon. Soon as you land, in an instant, you find yourself sitting at a campfire with your father, Jorik, and Yanis, and these other dwarves. You're on a stretch of a rock beach. An ocean laps at the shores not too far away. The beach ends at this colossal cliff, and the coastline goes on and bends away from view. You feel cold breezes tug at you. You smell Yanis's gumbo, which sits on a small pot over the campfire. You see you have a bowl in your hand and a spoon, and everyone here is eating hungrily. So, at this moment, if anybody has a description of the dwarf they're hanging out with here, they can go ahead and give it, or drop an art in the Discord general. Go for it. Like, anybody want to go ahead and do that? If not, it's fine. Just putting it out there.
I might have one. Cool.
Not you, Louis, but some of these others.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Alright. Going once. Going twice.
Oh, here we go. Who's going?
I put one. I'm not good at descriptions. You guys know this.
It's okay.
So I put a picture there. I'm more like visual.
It's all right. You don't got to. It's no big deal. But you see a bunch of dwarves sitting around, all dressed in like winter gear, eating hungrily from their bowls. Jorik has already finished his food, and he sits with a small block of wood in his hand and a pocket knife, carving something out of it. Looks to be a small dwarf. Occasionally, he looks up in the direction down the beach. Yanis finishes his bowl of stew, and he looks around at the rest of you sitting around. He goes, I'm assuming you bastards are eating slow because you want me to have the rest of this. You see he leans over the pot, and he pours himself another bowl and begins to eat. You're gonna say something, Loey, as you sit here?
Yeah, let's save some for the rest of us.
Your stomach is a third of the size of mine, alright? You see he pats his belly? Well, you look like this! Come talk to me.
Still hungry. Louis.
I just don't choke on it again, alright? Make it, what, the 4th time this month?
That's what I said to your moms! So he laughs at you, Anders. You see Yanis looks over his shoulder at the other wagon in the short distance. If you look yourself, some tents are scattered around. You see figures packing up their wagon. They look to be human. And you do see these 2 female dwarves standing away from the humans a little bit, but not with you guys. They seem to just be watching them. And occasionally you see both of them look over their shoulder at you. And then back to the wagon. Yanis pipes up and goes, You spooked yet, Jork? And Jork goes, Spooked? What do you mean? He looks over his shoulder again and looks back, speaking to all the dwarves sitting around this fire. Oh, come on, Joe! These dwarves... What dwarves you know travel around with a bunch of humans on a job like this? They get old before they even learn the ropes. Jorah kind of sniffs and goes, We've talked about this the whole way here, Giannis. Yanis goes, I'm just saying. And they didn't even have nothing to say to us since the bar. And have you ever heard of a Broadbow? Or a Cobra Head clan? I sure as hell haven't. We've been everywhere. You see, he looks at the dwarves around the campfire. Have you heard of a Broadbow?
Not particularly, but I don't make it my business to know other people's business.
Yanis kind of throws up his hands and shrugs. How about you, looking at Werner?
Not in my time.
That's what I'm saying. And Cobra Head, what a stupid name. Sounds like some shit they made up. Jort
What name
goes...
isn't made up at some point?
Jort goes... Good point, Anders. I mean, look. They could be Iron Helms. I don't know all their clan names. Out here, they just go by Iron Helm. And Loa, you know that the dwarves of Ironhelm, when on business out in the realm, generally just take up the name Ironhelm as a last name. I mean, this is because the Ironhelms don't have really family businesses. All business is done under the royal Ironhelm family. It's communal. But Ironhelm dwarves do have family names. They just keep it amongst themselves.
Are we... Hey, Dad?
Oh, say that again?
Dad?
He looks at you, raising an eyebrow.
Are we here on business, or are we here? Are we here for other reasons?
A different type of business, Loey. You should keep focused. We talked about this before we left. The Thane believes there's a portion of the Great Hall somewhere out here. He sighs heavily. The Broadbow and the Cobra Head know its location. We're gonna survey it, map it, bring it back to the Thane. So no trading goods this time around.
Oh, there's no mountain here. There's no hillsides. I don't see any holes. How? Where do we go?
The Great Tunnel goes across all terrain. They say even under the ocean. Yanis goes, "Oh, are you getting cold feet?"
I don't swim very well.
I float. You see, he pats his belly. It's all right, Loey. We got Warner, Andy is here. We have the others. Last Steel. Or you pronounce that right?
That's a good name.
I don't know either. I was looking at it just now.
Tuvas, and even the dog is here. You see, sitting next to Tuvas is a large, shaggy dog. Brown coat. It just kind of looking at you guys as you're talking. Brynwyn, we went on that expedition way south, the desert. I remember that.
It's a silent thumbs up.
Yanis slaps you on the shoulder with an open hand. Even though not all Goldbounds were family. But I will say this. Keep your hand on your blade. I don't trust these fuckers for a second. Telling you. Jork just shakes his head. Jork says, Belva wouldn't risk our business for something like this. If it's a part of the Great Hall, who knows what the Thane will grant us. You know, when he says that, even he's not sure he believes or cares about what the Thane will grant.
So, when do we leave? When are they? Are we getting sleep? Or what's the plan?
He nods. The sun is fixing to come up. We got a long day ahead of us. We leave now for daybreak. You see he stands up. The rest of the dwarves do so. Everybody begins looking at their gear. Do you see that Yanis grabs his pot, puts it back on the wagon, you guys' caravan or wagon? One of you guys stompets out the fire. You see Jork pulls out of his backpack, though, a large sack. You can hear glass clanking inside. He reaches in and pulls out a small jar of what looks to be oil. He presents one to Yanis, and Yanis goes, "You know I don't care about that hogwash." And Jork goes, "Hey, be careful how you speak in front of my son." He's a dwarf. He's a grown dwarf. Yanis says. You see Jork looks at each one of the other dwarves.
Who washes hog?
And wants to toss you one of these jars. I'm gonna start with Anders. Do you take one of these jars?
Anders will take one of the jars. Won't say anything, but he will give a nod.
Warner.
Yep, he'll accept.
Tuvas.
Yeah, Tuvas will take it and start using it to pray correctly.
Lasteel.
Yeah, she'll take one.
Brynwyn.
Yeah, you'll problem.
All of you perform this ritual. You see that Jork comes by with a bag of like iron powder, dumps it in your hands. You toss it over your shoulder, dip your left index finger into it, and then you see either you use a tinderbox or the smoldering remains of the flame of the campfire to light it, and you say this prayer. Nimbra, oh, I'm sorry. Jork looks at you, Loey, and presents you a jar.
Are you doing it, Da?
Of course.
You think it works?
I'm still alive, aren't I?
I guess it can't hurt. Okay. How do I do it?
You see he shows you, he pops the lid of the jar, shows you to dip your finger in. He takes your hand, dips it in. He then gives you some iron powder. You see a small smile on his face as he's almost proud of you participating in this. Gestures you to throw it over your shoulder. And then you see he takes out his tinderbox and lights the oil on your finger. It burns. It burns. And then he tells you to go ahead and recite a prayer, which you can imagine what that would be. Then, at the end of the prayer, he says, stone on stone, brick on brick, blood on blood. And he tells you to blow it out.
Okay. I don't hear anything, do I, Brent?
No. I mean, besides the normal atmosphere, you don't.
Okay. He looks confused, but he does it. For his dad's sake.
We're about to end. And, actually, let me go ahead and go here. Turn that down. Okay. Nimbra and this other female dwarf comes over. In the dream, you know you're dreaming. She looks about the same as you remember her from the meeting with Belva and your sister. Except maybe her clothes are different, hair a bit longer. This other dwarf with her, though, you've never seen. And to this day, you've never seen. Nimbra looks at you guys and goes, are you ready? Roll me an insight, Louis.
Okay. Can Ron roll 1 too?
No. Only
Damn.
you would know this.
Yep.
I tried. It's a 5.
Alright, never mind.
Alright, cool. Just saying
Nimbra says the cave to the Great Hall is right around the bend down the beach, maybe 30 minutes. Jork nods. Aye. Let's go! You see he claps and all the other doors, all of you guys, you grab the wagon, lead the horses, the other wagon is grabbed, these other folks with these 2 female dwarves all move along. You travel down the length of the beach, and in this time you don't snap to that direction. It takes like in a good 30 minutes of just walking. If you want to do or say anything, this is the time to do it.
So, is everyone here from Glimmer?
Yeah, you guys are.
Aye,
No one come up with something.
And well, from Glimmer, but I usually spend most of my time on expeditions like these, so it's actually been a while since I've been home. Usually spending a night and heading out on the next travel. I do miss it, but can't stop my feet from wandering.
Back to the bar. Yanis says, and he looks at you laughing.
Well, there's certainly a lot of places outside of Glimmer worth drinking. Once I'm done with all this, maybe I'll do a bit land-wide bar hopping trip. That's how I'll spend my retirement.
Take me with you. I want to be able to catch all the stories.
Considering that flotation device doesn't keep you from walking, maybe.
Ooh, Anders finally has jokes. You see, he laughs, looking at the rest of you.
Lastale spits on the ground, and she's like, but I'm not gonna do it. Better than this place.
You've been studying, though. No, joking.
I know, it's so embarrassing.
I love it.
I have written down everything. I'll try it, but I can't
Go
do
ahead.
the gruff voice.
It's
She
okay.
says, I didn't like this place either. And she's like, I hate the water. She spits again.
There we go. Come on, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, dwarves are meant to be in water.
Tuvas!
It's for fish.
Yanis says, you need to get that mutt in the water. He's been smelling the whole way.
Looks at him. Okay. Try.
Usually he doesn't say anything to that. Last time I tried to pet him, he bit me.
Oh, he's just a good old boy, and she'll pat him.
Where did you get a dog? I think that's right.
Uh-oh. Something on the spot, something on the spot.
I got it. He was outside the temple. Looking for a home. I was lonely. We fit together.
Wait, Glimmerhold?
Yeah.
Does that mean something? I wonder if that means something.
Whatever you want it to mean.
Ooh, I like that response. Ron, you're walking with them, but everybody ignores you. Like it's like you're not even there.
Anybody else? Anybody from someplace other than Glimmer? Or, seen places other than Glimmer? Looks about at some of the people that haven't talked yet.
That's the problem, Loey. Oh, wait a minute. Anybody else? You see, Yanis raises his arms.
The dog barks.
That's right. Only dogs aren't from Glimmer, huh?
That's why it didn't make a lot of sense. Dogs and dwarf. Well, what about you guys? Where are you two? Where are you two from?
You see, he's gesturing that towards. I'm gonna say Warner and Brynwyn.
Family's originally from Glimmer. Haven't been back in a while.
Do you like not living in Glimmer?
I guess it's a lot of work on the road.
Warner is what we call a workaholic. Yanis says.
Sounds like my dad.
You see, Jorik gives you like a side eye.
He's gone a lot too.
There's a lot to learn out in the world.
That's why he took me. I mean, what about you, Miss? Did you learn a lot? He looks at Brynwyn. When you were my age?
She just nods.
What kinds of stuff? Do you have a dog too?
Shakes her head and holds up the crossbow, kind of aims it off. and then looks at him.
Yanis goes, "You'll get used to it, Loey. Brynwyn is not much for words. Although I can tell the fart that comes out of her ass is pretty... says enough for all of us."
She will give a glare.
Sorry. Lori shrinks a bit.
Yanis goes, "What? It's the truth. That's all I speak. Like a ibne, as they say."
Well, there's like Gabney said, there's good in the metal of things, and if you know what you're doing, then people will trust you. I think that's how that works, right, Brynwyn?
She'll nod and kind of look as if she agrees.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you all travel with my uncle and my dad. I've never met, people that travel with them on these kinds of things. I only just got into the guild in Glimmer, and I think my dad wanted me in his patrol, and I didn't expect that, but I got lucky, I think. Real lucky.
I think.
No, Jork says, "You weren't lucky. This is your path."
But I guess I'm walking it. That makes sense.
Yanis goes, "The path to our impending doom."
But you guys haven't lost anybody, right? Loey looks around the group.
Always a risk of losing somebody in an expedition, lad. But don't worry too much. Most of this should be pretty routine. We got faith and blessing on our side.
If he trusts ye, ye should trust yourself, lad.
Just be wary of the cold and look out for any beasties that might be trying to sneak up on us. Outside of that, shouldn't be much trouble.
A new underwear helps with the chafing every trip.
I have
He's
a
not wrong.
bomb for that if you need it.
Is that what that stuff was for, other than your finger?
It's probably more useful between the legs than anything else. You see Jork stops in his tracks and looks at Yanis. He goes, "What? What?" He keeps walking.
Garner just shakes his head.
So, do you guys... some of the other younger rangers were talking about this, and it kind of... I don't know. It seems bad luck, but... Do you guys have a Deadpool?
I don't read those comics. I'm a DC fan. No, I'm joking.
Well, I'm always looking to the group more than his dad. I know, it's maybe bad luck to wish that kind of stuff, but it sounds interesting. It gives you a reason to live. Coin's always good in your pocket, and being the last one, right? That's what my mom said.
What's a dead call?
Oh, it's maybe I got it wrong.
That's Ku, the player.
No, that's an out of
I thought he said
character question.
Deadpool. That's what I
No,
thought
I did.
said.
It's a
Okay.
Deadpool.
Yeah.
Out of character, a Deadpool is when people in very dangerous situations take bets about who's the last one that's going to live with all their stuff.
Oh, okay.
And that person...
I'm not sure about the original comic, but in the movie, that's where you got the name from. So basically, like, if you have very dangerous jobs or jobs that involve a lot of death, they will put it, like, who's going to be the last one alive, who is going to come back alive, and make bets on it, because people bet on literally everything. And in character,
have a
bad
Deadpool?
luck, yeah, but some people do seek the thrill. Don't see much use of it myself. Any coin put into a pool can much be better put getting to the bottom of a glass of ale.
No truer word spoken.
Well, who do you all bet on, then, that'll live through this?
Would it make you feel better if we bet you'll make it through this, little one?
Beginner's luck!
Brennan points to the dog.
Yeah.
My bet's on you. You're the youngest, Listio says.
Well, I don't know what I'm doing. Not really.
But we'll protect you.
Is that true, Werner? Brynwyn? Miss Dog Lady?
Well,
What did you say?
Wait,
wouldn't be right
Brynwyn's
for the wouldn't be right for the greenhorn not to return.
Exactly.
The
Oh.
dog lady. She's just laughing.
Brynwood was too busy squeezing one out. The young one said, will he live through this?
Oh, she'll nod. Give a thumbs up.
Otherwise, this feels like cheating, but okay. That's comforting, I think.
You see Yanis comes over you and he puts his hands across your shoulder. He goes, nothing to worry about at all. Before you know it, he whispers kind of in your ear, you'll be a stone cold killer just like your pops. You see he kind of slaps you on the shoulder.
I never killed anyone before. I've practiced with dummies. Target range?
Nothing like the real thing. Jork then says, we're here. And before you, you see a gaping, massive cave entrance. And that's where we'll go ahead and stop.
Woo!
Ooh.
Nice.
We
Oh,
leave,
that's
we
studying
leave the
for
roaming, right?
nothing.
With the dream sequence.
Oh well, yeah, we'll continue the very last part of that next time. Yes, we're still deep in the dreams.
Ron,
And
we're not out yet. Help.
everybody
The
gets
world,
inspiration.
Lowy.
Everybody take inspiration. I love like the impromptu role play. Thank you guys for like playing these dwarves, and and Ron. Oh my God, thank you for keeping up
Now-
the chat and like really guiding this along.
Now, to be clear, these are inspirational for dwarves, right?
Yeah, for your not for the dwarves, of course, but yeah, for your characters, you can just you can keep it however long you want to keep it, outside of the inspiration one, but yes. So, but thank you so much for, hey, thank everybody for the support with these narratives and stuff for real. But I feel like, look, my personal feeling is like, long narratives can suck. If you're a player, you're just kind of sitting there, you're not involved, and it's like, like whatever. So I am mindful of that. But I appreciate, Alex and Shane hitting me up and wanting to do something special. So I wanted to make it worthwhile, So
I think you're more worried about it than any of us are.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
good.
definitely.
I'm excited for the cave ambush death scene where the 6 people I just met.
Of course,
Hey,
you
no
know,
spoilers, no spoilers, even if they're obvious.
All
you've
right.
seen this movie before, yeah.
I forgot about it, and then I kind of remembered.
You don't know nothing about my frontline barbarian skills.
I want to see you guys win, and then somehow this gets retconned, and then you're all alive.
Or we'll somehow have to play these characters and they show up in the modern age somehow.
Yeah, hundreds of years later, like 100.
No, like literally,
200
like
years.
in Drakkenheim, like I don't
Yeah.
know, like Dog Lady shows up and it's like,
Dog
Okay.
all right, Alex, gotta play her for a bit.
Miss Brynwyn, Miss Steve,
Character Shane.
Mr. Anders.
Yes, but all right, that's it. I'm gonna end the stream because I know we're late. Holla, see you next time. Bye.
Good night.